That's probably gonna be noisy. Let's see. Boom. Boom. Huh? Hey, nice. Nice. Uh-oh, that's probably broken. All right, how you doing? Bump, bump, bump. What's up, Julio? Doing good, brother. Doing good. Let's see if I can get it. Bam, bam. Bam, bam. There we go. Okay, let's see. More importantly, how are you doing? How are you doing? Live. Okay. Okay. Let's see here. What's going on? Bam. Bam. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, that was me. Okay, let's see what's going on in the world. I'm doing fine. Some stressful things, but good. What up, Trey? How are you, brother? No problem, Julio. No problem, brother. No problem. Okay, let's see what's going on in the world. Let's see what's going on in Asia.
In December 2012, Guan Xiyo, chairman of Shenyang Machine Tool Group, was honored by Chinese state media CCTV as one of its 2012 China Economic People of the Year. Guan received the award for taking control of a failing machine tool company and turning them around into a $2.8 billion giant. Or, so it seems. Even as Guan received this award, his company was on the decline and would eventually fall into insolvency.
Oops.
In today's video, we profile the debt-fueled fall
geography
of a Chinese machine tool giant.
I'm a big fan of geography. I'm a big fan. Space Cow also studies geography.
This video is brought to you by the Asianometry Patreon. Shenyang, once known as Mukden, is one of the larger metropolises in mainland China. The city proper hosts about 9 million people. As capital of the Liaoning province, Shenyang is surrounded by satellite cities like Anshan and Fushan. The region is blessed with natural resources like coal and iron. During the warlord years of the early 1900s, Shenyang's local warlord, Zhang Zuolin,
always be studying something. Always be studying something. Okay.
Father of Zhang Xuelang, the Xi'an incident guy, built several ammunition factories. This set the foundation for the city's heavy industry cluster. After the establishment of the People's Republic of China...
Did you get my envelope? Yeah, boy, got you a wackadoodle shirt. Yeah, got myself a 4K setup, finally. Yeah, boy, yeah, good. Good to see. I don't know why it took so long. It got to Canada faster than it got to Minnesota, Michigan. Where are you at? Michigan, Minnesota, Wisconsin. What are the three?
The government continued this trend of manufacturing and heavy industry. In 1935, the Japanese company Mitsubishi set up a repair
Portugal,
workshop
Spain,
in the
yeah.
Shenyang city area.
Who won? You should have got an XL. Uh-oh. You can get yourself a hat too. I made a hat. I made hats when you requested one. Tough game in Spain. Managed to get through it. Spain. All right, let's see what's going on here.
After the PRC's founding, that workshop was nationalized and then rebuilt with Soviet aid into a large factory called Shenyang No. 1 Machine Tool Works. China's machine tool industry was then in a difficult state. In 1949, the country's factories made only 16 types of tools and produced 1,582 units of those tools in total.
That's not very much.
So the Chinese government allocated resources to machine tools as part of its heavy industrial buildup.
Thank you, brother.
Output rose rapidly from those 1,582 units in 1949 to 28,000 in 1957, meaning 3/4 of domestic demand.
I did not know it was Ronaldo's last game.
Shenyang No. 1 established itself as one of the country's better machine tool factories. In 1953, they produced, with Soviet aid, China's first domestically manufactured conventional lathe machine, the C620. The C620 was based on the Soviet Union's widely used 1A62 screw-cutting lathe. The thing won't win any beauty contests. Workers apparently dubbed it the Iron Pimple Scholar, but it was strikingly accurate. The horizontal lathe tool is memorialized in one of the PRC's 2 RMB banknotes, first printed in 1960. Throughout the 1960s, the factory developed other well-liked machine tools like the CA6140, which gained a reputation for reliability and ease of use. Together, Shenyang, along with Northeast China's other core machine tool SOEs, were nicknamed the 18 Arhats, a reference to the original followers of the Buddha. Then in the 1970s, Shenyang, like many of China's heavy industry enterprises, started to fall behind the rest of the world. Outside of China, the industry transitioned to machine tools controlled by computers. This new technology, called Computer Numerical Control, or CNC, relied on software and emerging IC-based technologies like Intel's CPUs. The PRC had no access to those, while Chinese research institutes did develop certain CNC machine prototypes. None progressed to industrial production, and later those institutes were privatized and dismantled, removing their R&D capabilities and causing brain drain. The Mao-era planned economy did not impose profit and loss discipline on heavy industry, so the state took all...
These are machining mills, so a lathe machines horizontally and a mill machines vertically. Like a lathe spins the piece that you're working on and the blade stays still, and a mill spins the blade or the bit.
Profits and covered all losses. Growing output simply meant growing inputs, disincentivizing efficiency or technology improvement.
I wonder why they had English back in 1940s on their machinery. Maybe just to make sure that America was still making stuff back then till the 90s. So that's interesting. Maybe there was Americans working with them on the... They said the Soviets were, so that's really interesting.
The industry also suffered great losses of technological competence during the tumultuous days of the Cultural Revolution.
So that's a lathe right there in the back, right here. This is a lathe. So the chuck head right there spins, and it holds the piece of metal that you're working on. And then that little part here is what that holds the tool. The tool stays still. What up, Shiva? A millionaire who tried reversing age is diagnosed with a rare disease. Jeez. The guy that supposedly is like 40-some years old, but he looks like he's like 21. James Johnson. We'll have to look that up after this.
Let's
look it up right now. What was his name? Let's see. A millionaire who tried reversing age. Brian Johnson, famous, currently reversing age, spending millions. Brian Johnson. Burp. What's up, little native mama? Autoimmune stomach condition. He's trying to play God and trying to reverse a natural course. People, always, companies, governments, they try to take something out of nature and then sell it back to you. Like you can see this with the gender stuff. You can see this with Nate with the weather, and you can see it with almost anything. Cooking, farming, they take it out of that skill or whatever away from people and then sell it back to them. Like instead of you learning how to grow, how to garden and farm, they take that out of society and then sell it back to you. How technology plays develop the countries. That's right. Yeah, he thought he was Thanos. All right, let's see. Oh, let's see this. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's see if we can find something on YouTube. Like and subscribe. What up, Dave Tripper? Hey, thank you, little native mama. Throwing around the poo. Yeah. Uh-oh. Incurable. No condition should be presumed incurable simply because no one's tried to cure it. All right, I want to listen to some freaking wackadoo music. And look at this. Look at this. How to live longer than 99% of humanity. This was just 1 year ago.
Hi, friends. Today,
nah, dude, I don't know if I want to hear it. It's messed up. It's a intestinal parasites. Jesus is live. Scientists have created the first synthetic cell that completes life. I saw that. But now they just have to be. I want to look into that because often they start with a live cell. So if they started with just a bunch of jars of chemicals and that's the problem. So was it a dead cell that they started with? Was it a live cell that they started with that they reprogrammed the genetics and then it worked out? Or did they start with an empty petri dish and then add ribose and whatever and it form into itself? Like that's the problem with those types of headlines. And they say that every few years that they're almost about ready to create a cell. They've created a cell. Scientists have created life. But what they always end up being, and we'll look into it, what it always ends up being is they use life already. Like they took a cell and then they took out the genetic information and then put the genetic information back into it and then it splits because it was already alive. Now, if it's, we'll look into it though. Human development reached drag and drone missions will both win both. Bam. Okay, let's see. Where was it? 2 years ago. Let's see. Frankenstein. Want to see something freaky? Look how scientists erase selected memories from mice by flashing lights. Jeez. All right, let's check that out next. I don't know what's going on here. All right, man who wants to live forever hit a speed bump. Okay, buddy, what's the purpose of this? Need to go out and get a girlfriend. Okay, thank you, brother. All right, so let's see. A biohacker, Brian Johnson, reportedly spends $2 million a year on his health, and he complained it helped him eliminate microplastics from his testicles and his nighttime erections that rivals in teenagers, even beating balding. But last week, he revealed on social media he's been diagnosed with an incurable autoimmune disease, which his stomach is eating itself. True to biohacking ways, the 48-year-old wrote he would try to solve the condition, which says only 2 to 5% of people have. Jeez, definitely. Man, well, I guess that's just the theory of the fountain of youth typically is while people try to find the fountain of youth, they often die during that pursuit. And this is basically like the new fountain of youth. Yep, I heard about that too. All right, so what do you want to see? Let's see the synthetic cell. We'll see synthetic cell. Oops. I guess I better learn how to type first. All right. Scientists create first cell liquids. Okay, let's see what they got to say. NATO, thank you for your kind support. Oh, thank you, NATO.
For centuries, life has been something humans could only study and never build. Now, scientists have assembled a living like cell from chemicals, pushing biology into uncharted territory. It can perform vital biological functions, including growing and replicating their own DNA. But is it really artificial life? Well, watch the next story to know more about this fascinating scientific discovery.
It begins with something too small for the human eye to see. No heartbeat, no brain, no organs, just a tiny bubble of carefully arranged chemicals. Yet inside it, something extraordinary is happening. Scientists have created a synthetic cell called spud cell, built entirely from non-living chemical components.
Okay, well, look into it.
Instead of modifying an existing living cell, researchers assembled its basic building blocks from scratch, creating a system that performs several of the essential functions associated with life. The artificial cell can absorb nutrients from its surroundings. It can grow. It can copy its DNA. And under the right conditions, it can divide into new cells. These are some of the defining processes that allow living organisms to survive and reproduce. But does that mean scientists have created life? Not quite.
Right.
Researchers are careful to draw a distinction. Spud cell is not a fully living organism. It cannot evolve independently, survive outside carefully controlled laboratory conditions.
And this is one of the interesting things about the evolution, the current theory of evolution, is this should be easy. If life started in a puddle on Earth, it should be easy with having purified chemistry in a lab. It should be relatively easy to do what's done in a puddle with all kinds of wackadoo. And living cells, like if you take a cell out of your body and you put it into a little bit of water under a microscope, you can watch it split. So it's very interesting how they do this. The spud cell. So I'm guessing spud is probably an acronym for getting pretty close, but it can't live outside of the lab. It would be interesting to see how far they go. Right, not yet. And also, they say it's DNA. I'm interested to see that DNA. Is it actually human DNA, or is it freaking is it just GATC, I forgot what they're called. Yeah, they've been trying to make life. So the scam that used to be done back when I used to hang out with a lot of academics is there's people that believe in God or creation, and there's people that don't. So the people that don't spend millions and millions of dollars on this type of work to say, hey, let's prove to the Bible thumpers that evolution from just chemistry on Earth, abiogenesis is what it's called. It means life from non-life. And if they can prove that, then they'll be the ones everybody listens to, rather than Jesus or Muhammad or And that's why there's so much money. And they always do things kind of like this, where they say, we're almost there, just a couple $100 million more and a couple more years. So then they get the funding until they retire. And then it goes on to another group of people that just get a little bit closer. So then they get another couple $100 million more and 10 more years. And it just keeps on, they keep on kicking the can down the line. Now, whether they actually get there, but yeah, abiogenesis was called. DNA of humanity is likely must be small genomics. Yeah, I guarantee it's not. I guarantee you're right. I guarantee it. The theory of evolution by natural selection makes no claims regarding how life began on Earth. Right. Well, so abiogenesis is that. That's life from non-life. Not easy to insert fuel human genome. I agree. Come on, brother. Thank you.
Or carry out all the complex functions of natural cells. Instead, it is a simplified model designed to help scientists understand one of biology's biggest mysteries. The human body has 37 trillion cells, more than the number of stars in the sky.
Right.
And scientists still don't know how every different cell type works or what exactly.
Religion never said that life didn't come from something like primordial. It's just religion advocates that there's a potential. Right. No, I agree. No, I agree. Absolutely. There was an engineer, that there was a creator, some personal force that moved it along. That's just why I'm saying how the funding keeps coming down the line, because in academic circles you've got jeez, what's the term? Can't remember the term I'm listening for. People that believe in things like the primordial soup, and the people that believe in Darwin's theory of evolution, and are hoping to come to that conclusion, to take the rest of the funding away from the people that don't. And it just keeps getting kicking the can down the road, keep kicking around. Separate clergy from religious original text. The primordial soup. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Academic circles are less scientific, rather cult fathers. I agree. 100%. 100%. I agree. And it damages people in the long run. It damages people in the long run, because then we start looking to these academic types that tell us to trust the science that hasn't even been completely done. And when the science is just their science, bad things start happening, rather than saying, hey, the organism of the human body has been built to handle these types of things. But no, they want to take something like innate immunity out of nature and then sell it back to us over and over and over again. It's a great profit structure.
They contain. How does life emerge from non-living matter?
What up, Glenn, brother?
The lab-created spud cell can have practical applications, including making medicines, delivering targeted treatments, cleaning pollutants, and producing sustainable materials. However, it also raises ethical and safety concerns, requiring strict oversight as synthetic biology advances. Spud cell is not man-made life, but it marks an important scientific milestone.
Yeah, it's show us something to get more funding, and hey, it's cool, but what's it going to ultimately end up doing? It's going to create a bunch more wackadoo lab-made diseases, and probably a bunch accidentally. Like they'll find a compound that will make, or a series of compounds that will make this spud cell split better, more efficiently, and then something like that will be like, well, hey, let's see if we can use this in humans, and then it'll be like, oh, it accidentally went to the testes, or accidentally went to the ovaries, and we missaved the people from Venezuela. I'll take them with the earthquakes. I'm sorry. The rational scientist. Do you fancy a cup up? I'm properly gasping for one. Been up 6.5. I've been up since 5:30, and I have not had a single brew yet. Absolute state of affairs. Kettle's on. There you go, brother. There you go.
Prioritized worker and peasant-led innovation over quote-unquote foreigner knowledge. It was during this period that the company, and others like it, suffered a steady decline in its product tool quality. By the late 1970s, items produced by even China's top-tier machine tool factories suffered scrap rates of 20 to 30%. In the late 1970s, China embarked on its economic reform and opening up. In order to catch up with the rest of the world, Shenyang No. 1 and other Chinese companies established...
And one of the very interesting things that we were watching on stream yesterday was how they were using windowed statistics, saying that like it was 14 days. They considered people that received the inoculation still unvaccinated for 14 days after that. So anything that happened between when they got it and 14 days later, if they died or got sick, they considered that in the group of the unvaccinated because they said it didn't kick in for 14 days. So that's what wacko do the statistics all out. 4.5. I'm doing good, Papa, brother.
Partnerships with foreign companies to absorb and master their technologies. The government also funded multiple technology programs to develop CNC technology. In 1980, the Beijing Machine Tool Research Institute struck a licensing agreement with Japan's Fanuc, one of the world's leading makers of NC controller modules, alongside Siemens and Germany. These modules are critical to making these machine tools work. They are the brain and nervous system that interpret the design and dictate to the machine tool where to go and cut.
The 13-gram rollers I have in the scooter now absolutely rip. Gonna swap 24-gram weights and fine-tune using my... There you go. There you go. They need to figure out how to energize the cell to live longer. And listen, there is that research was done back in World War II. They absolutely have. The problem is we have a lot of nuclear dust, let's say, from a lot of the testing that was done on nuclear weapon testing. So much to the point that they still dive for ships that were sunken before World War II to get the steel from them to be used in medical and scientific apparatus that doesn't have the radioactive isotopes that were put into the environment. So any steel or copper that's smelted today has that mixed into it. So they dive for old sunken ships to get pure iron that was smelted before World War II. That's how that. So then you wonder what there's all these cancers and stuff going on. So they understand how to energize the cells. They understand how to get more adenosine into the freaking powerhouse of the cell. Can't remember what the name of it was. Okay, I was about to say. I thought you said 24 grams. That'd keep you in. Okay, can I walk into a forest department office, declare 10 elephant tusks, 3 ivory idol, 2 tiger skin? What's the powerhouse of the cell? The mitochondria. But we've got to push against all of the environmental now pollution from a lot of those nuclear tests. That's one thing that leads to quicker end of life. Remember to breathe. What's up, bloodthirsty brother?
Throughout the decade, Chinese companies struck over 18 partners.
Let me just show this real quick. Finding ships before World War II for non-radioactive iron. Non-radioactive, called low background steel, is salvaged from ships and structures built before the first atomic detonation, July 16, 1945. Modern steel is contaminated by atmospheric nuclear fallout. Thus, pre-war metal is vital for sensitive devices like Geiger counters, medical scanners, and particle detectors. Having 13-gram and 14-gram weights caused me to absolutely bog on hills. Laura, no, at the top it will be massive. Bump down to 42-ish miles per hour, 13 grams weight. 14 grams weight. Make it happen, brother. Make it happen. Oops. But the thing is, when you mess with genetics, when you don't know what the long-term issue is, especially with gene splicing. Currently, a lot of the gene splicing, CRISPR type stuff that we do is only for like food, stuff that's going to live a couple of months, then be slaughtered or picked either animal or fruit/vegetable. So we don't have to worry about what the long-term ramifications of that in. But if we do that with human DNA, we do not know what we're turning off because we don't know epigenetics like we would like to know. The only thing we need to do is chill out. And by the way, I'm 5 days sober. Congratulations, brother. It's not easy. It's not easy. It's first 5 days are definitely the worst, and then just make sure you keep yourself hydrated and I'm guessing you're not talking about alcohol, but if it was alcohol, make sure you have your vitamin and minerals checked. Not too confident I pass this test, but we're gonna you'll get there, brother. You'll get there.
Partnership with Japanese, German, and American companies. Over 180 different technologies were brought in via license, technical cooperations, and the purchase of sample machines for study. Unfortunately, this strategy of bringing in new technology and reverse engineering them, which one might refer to as bringism, did not work well with high-end CNC modules. Chinese engineers can copy the module and maybe even its code, but cannot grok why it was done that way without decades of experience, intuition, and trial and error.
I applied for a CNC job.
In early 1993, the Shenyang machine tool factory merged with other struggling factories in the area to form the Shenyang Machine Tool Company. The largest merger partner was the China-Czechoslovakia Friendship Plant. It, too, was a nationalized former Mitsubishi repair workshop. As the name implies, the factory received technology aid from communist Czechoslovakia to produce its radial drilling machines and jig borers. Other merger partners included the Liaoning Precision Instrument Plant and the Shenyang No. 3 Machine Tool Plant.
The original Tron. I've never even seen the reboot. What's up, William? How about Aries? You can do it. Have faith in yourself. You can do it. Yeah. Push through.
All of Shenyang's factories were incredibly behind. Half their combined equipment were over 20 years old. Moreover, in 1994, China lifted import restrictions on foreign machine tools and CNC modules, cutting tariffs to...
That sounds like anxiety really bad. I mean, you should definitely have that checked out, especially if your hands and face went up. Right, gather around proper madness. Apparently, let them over to China having a right to go with the building a sun. I know it sounds like they completely lost the plot. Now they're trying to with the Iran scare, a lot of the oil that China uses comes from Iran. So they absolutely want to push their technology into being self-sufficient for energy. Papa being sober wasn't ever difficult for me. I never got the cravings, but damn.
9.7% and 5% respectively. Imports surged, reaching $2 billion in 1994, and China became the world's second largest machine tool import destination. And the 18 R-hats suddenly found themselves...
That's when America stopped a lot of their production. 1994. I did have it checked out. They went to urgent care. They said I was fine. Went back today. I had my blood drawn. Some labs ran. Did you ask for a vitamin and mineral deficiency test? I hope you did, brother. They definitely didn't do it. August 3rd, deadline for Mitch McConnell. Deadline, lucky dog. Yeah. I saw that today. Yep. Yeah, if he's not... Well, and his wife's in China. So his wife is the next of kin. So if she's not there to unplug the life support or sign off for life support, then our law, United States law, doesn't have a way to say if you're incapacitated, you're taking your slot's given up. They definitely did not. They definitely did not, as I didn't ask. Right? Yeah. Marijuana isn't physically addictive, but only mentally. I hope blower comes out great. I would say 1960s and 70s wasn't physically addictive, but I absolutely think what's coming out of the dispensaries today, well, especially with a lot of the genetic editing and whatnot, in order to push up THC and CBD and whatnot amounts is causing people some side effects, let's say. They do for the president, not for the House of Representatives or the Senate. It won't pop up. I'm going to roll do not healthy slaves just don't have time. Yeah. Modern day government weed is physically addictive. Yeah, I absolutely say it is. Yeah.
On the back foot.
They knew what they were doing. Listen. If the government was going to allow anything to be legal, they absolutely want to make the most profitable thing possible. Like they want to make sure that when people go to use, because a lot of people didn't use until it became legal. Then kids could go see that, oh, there's the liquor store, there's the weed store, right? So then it's okay, it's fine. There's the weed store. I'm just not old enough to get it. But one of the big things that happens and why it benefits the cartels so much is because the taxes and the fees and the profit that those dispensaries want to make it much more expensive. So people just go to Jose down the street. And then that guy ends up making more and more sales because now there's more customers. They're the people that would not have ever indulged now indulge because they see that it's legal. Yeah, so it basically just was a pump up for them. I mean, side effects of coming off, like the physical withdrawals people are experiencing now from like high level THC. The amount of THC that's in weed nowadays is much higher than it was back in the 60s and 70s. And I don't have any labs to prove that it's got anything else in it, but what they say it has in it. But the conspiracy theory is that they're using things like Miracle Grow, like super Miracle Growy type stuff like that in order to get the flower sooner and to get more results on their harvest. They are lying to us. I agree. Government week calls it psychosis. Right. So absolutely, there are more and more people slipping into schizophrenia. And there's a combination or a connection between a cat gut parasite called Toxoplasmosis gondii and THC use, and just THC like edible use also, and having psychotic breaks in schizophrenia. Here's the thing: I've been smoking since 14. I can tell the difference between homegrown and store weed just based off the high smell and come out. Yeah, THC completely short circuits my brain. This stuff is extremely harmful. Yep, yeah. I mean, I don't think it's kick ass. Weed's not addictive. People are flawed. Like they blame things they are unable to control in themselves. They're only mild physical withdrawals. I'm guessing you meant to say headaches. The government weed is way different than homegrown. It's insanity. I want a wellness check on Mitch McConnell. A lot of people do, brother. Weed took your top teeth, stinky farter. Oh, well, smoke did. Gotcha. Man, ain't seen you in a while. How you been, Stinky? Tell me some green doesn't smell like mint. Such a for sure. It did to me. I had to switch back to street grass. Got headaches, crazy psychosis. Immediately switch. Yeah. I don't smoke. My brother's a huge fan, and I worked in the movie industry for a bunch of years, so I was around lots. A lot of people would show up, like rappers and whatnot would show up with dispensary weed and just show it off and tell people to buy it and whatnot, and they had their name on it or whatever, their brand, and then they would smoke their own, like they would smoke street. Glad to have you, Stinky.
The company's subsequent turnaround in the late 1990s was led by Guan Shiyou. Born in 1964. Guan was born.
And I tell you what, if you've ever used a vaporizer before and you see the difference in output, let's say, from street weed and dispensary, it's a completely different ball game. It's a completely different. What up, Adam? Big Smoke. That new modern day stuff, I'm sure, is 0.3% THC. That's a good guy to call it. Yeah. That's they know what they're doing. I need to stop smoking, but nothing regulates me. Same. Yeah, that's what's interesting. That's what's interesting is a lot of people say that. A lot of people say that ain't weed. I mean, and like I said, I don't have any lab results to prove anything. I don't even drink. So but I have a lot of people around me that do all the time, and I tell you what, the cartels are definitely making more money because a lot more people are going back to street weed, and if not because of that, for the pricing. So it seems like it worked really, really well. That's what I've heard. That's what I've heard. And I think, and if you know about speed, amphetamines, stuff like that is usually what leads to psychosis. Like there's coke psychosis and meth psychosis and things along those lines. And now you have a lot more people going into psychosis from it these days. It gives you the old racy heart. It gives you the racy heart, doesn't it? Yep, it's interesting.
Of Manchu descent in the Liaoning province. He graduated from Tongji University in Shanghai with a degree in mechanical engineering, but decided to return to Shenyang rather than work in Shanghai, apparently at his parents' behest. He joined the China-Czechoslovakia Friendship Factory in 1988 as an apprentice and technician in the lathe division. Guan is a charismatic leader, passionate but easygoing with a touch of the direct, self-deprecating humor that China's northeasterners are known for. He soon became head of the factory's CNC machine development workshop, apparently because he had the balls to defy his team elders by calling out its bad design. When the wave of the foreign CNC imports hit soon afterwards, he pivoted the workshop to repair, which paid better. The factory nevertheless sank into its financial nadir. In 1996, its 22 bank accounts held just 5,000 RMB total. Salaries were not paid for half a year, and dozens of their college-educated employees left. In 1997, Guan, then only 33 years old, became general manager of the whole China-Czechoslovakia Friendship Factory.
Brother, how did you push through? Like, after the first year, like, you had anxiety, like, every time through the first year? You're just like, let's keep on going. Wow, yeah. I'm telling you what. Let's see if we can find any data on that. Let's see if we can find any data on this. There's got to be some lab results. Okay, let's do this. Let's use Grok. So we'll get a more detailed account here. Heart rate goes to the floor. Goes to the floor or through the floor? Man, probably not 80. I mean, I doubt it. Dude, it depends on the situation. Was public by social anxiety, skyrocket alone, and be calm. Later, meds, stuff my stomach up. Okay, all right. Let's see what we got here. Okay. So it says the biggest difference is potency. Modern cannabis as of 2026 is drastically stronger, primarily due to much higher THCs. In the 1960s and 70s, the THC was typically 1 to 3%, often under 2%. Most land-raised strains, Acapulco Gold or Thai sticks, grown outdoors, minimal selective breeding. A whole joint must from geez, a whole joint from Alba. Yeah, and what else? Yeah, don't forget to like the stream, folks. Now, 2026, common from 15 to 30%. Many strains hitting 20 to 35%. Concentrates, wax, shatter, distillates, vapes, 60 to 95%. Average flower legal markets is 20+%. This represents a roughly 10x increase in the psychoactive strength over decades, driven by selective breeding, indoor growing techniques, sinsemilla, seedless cultivation, and lab testing. Thank you, sir. Keith. What meds were you on? Eventful laxity. It generally depends on how the strains are crossed, but sure. But they've been doing that for a long time too, and I'm sure there was kind out there back in the day too. But this, like, still, it didn't get the freaking 95%. Yeah, you definitely, if you're gonna do it, you definitely should. You definitely should. Yeah. Okay, so that now there's limited natural varieties, hundreds of hybrids, gelato, GMO cookies. Yeah, GMO cookies, high THC indica sativas with tailored effects. How are they tailoring it? Often very low CBD, right? So what the communications I've had with people in the scientific pursuits of cultivation and hybridization said it's the ratio between those two that's super important, and CBD apparently hasn't gone up. But the reason that they wanted to start cultivating much higher THC and much higher CBD is because the CBD was allowed for sale. So you'd want to grow you want to produce a lot of high CBD and then extract it to sell. When before weed was really legal and you could still get CBD. Here's the thing: I've been smoking straight dabs before and they were amazing. Went and bought some a month ago. Everything's same now. What up, Cat? Phil Collins mood tonight, are we? Referring to your stream title. Yep. The sellers just want people addicted. Yeah, I agree. Absolutely. Yep. Stronger, faster onset, higher potential for overconsumption, dependency, or adverse reaction, especially for napa. Growers selectively bred the higher THC to meet demand. Legalization accelerated with this commercial incentives, advanced technology, and consumer preference for potent products. Testing methods also improved, confirming higher levels. Not all 2026 is ultra high potency cannabis. It's not the same. Today's weed is definitely not the same as the 60s. It's a refined, industrialized product, right? And that's the problem. People think, oh, it's natural. No, it ain't natural anymore. Making people addicted, make more money. Right. You can guarantee repeat customers, and that's what you want. Thank you, Kat. It's legal to grow in my state, but you can't have more than 3 plants ready to be cultivated at one time. I have 6 that alternate harvest season. There you go. There you go. All right, let's see.
A job that supposedly paid $72 USD a month. He reformed the factory by firing incompetent managers, tying pay to performance, and hiring younger, hungrier workers. Shenyang updated its equipment and deeply cut its workforce. From 1993 to 2002, they went from 27,000 employees to just 11,000. This painful restructuring was funded by a $175 million loan from the World Bank. It was issued in 1995 to aid in Shenyang's industrial reform. China Development Bank matched with another massive $70 million loan. To help raise more capital, Shenyang Machine Tool split into 2. Its most favorable assets were hived off into a company retaining the original name, Shenyang Machine Tool Company. Having the best assets, the company was IPO'd on the Shenzhen Stock Exchange.
Right. So back in my day, Creeper was what was the big thing. And that was a very slow, come on, not just boom. You know, like, yeah, it was like 20 minutes later that things, you know. Yeah. I don't even know if that's a thing anymore.
In 1996.
Is that still a thing? Do people call it Creeper anymore? When it creeps up on you.
But it was then made the subsidiary of a single larger entity called Shenyang Machine.
Times you thought you knew something, but it turned out you knew nothing at all. But it all worked out in the end anyway. That's why you'll never see a turtle jump. Agreed. How are you, Mr. Fox?
Machine Tool Group. For the purposes of this video, it will be important to differentiate the larger group and the publicly traded subsidiary company, which I shall call SMTC. But unless otherwise specified, I refer to Shenyang as the whole group. The company's big break arrived in 2001, when it took on the job of providing the CNC and boring machines to produce the Shanghai Maglev's 2,551 guideway beams. A guideway beam is the main steel or concrete beam containing the train's various levitation, guidance, and propulsion components. Since misalignments can affect the train's stability, the beam
started slow, hit hard, lasted 8 hours from 2 lights. That's the height of my smoking face. I take great. Jeez, dude. Yeah, nah, I was never that much into it. Jeez. I could, yeah.
Must be made to exacting requirements. According to Xinhua, the Shanghai maglev first went to some German companies, which quoted them a 2-year turnaround.
So California put like $100 billion or something like that into a high-speed train and only built like a few miles of track and never built the trains in so much. It just went away. This is one of the big things you might hear about in America: fraud, waste, and abuse. So you have these companies that are set up like, hey, let's make high-speed trains, and they get super funded, and then they don't do anything about it. Look at this, okay. Well, Rich, I have to realize I grew up in a little ghetto. That's all right. That's fine. I just can't imagine like okay, California's high-speed rail project is still under construction, faced massive delays, cost overruns, and scaling back. Approved in 2008. $9 billion initially. Built a true high-speed rail. The goal was to build a high-speed rail up to 220 miles an hour, connecting San Francisco to Los Angeles. Phase 1, 494 miles under 3 hours. Construction started in 2015. What happened? Cost overruns. It ended up going to 33 to 45 billion. New $126 billion. Sporadic state funding. Federal grants awarded, the challenge terminated under the Trump administration, disputing $4 billion. So that means that they would have gotten over 120, and the federal government just says, you're not doing anything. We're not giving you that other $4 billion. Yeah, mid-2026, they've done 119 miles, 61 structures, 80 miles of guideway done. Tracking system installation started in 2026. Electrified track signals. First passengers targeted for 2031 to 2033. And China had one in 2001. And Japan did too. Japan's made many. So it's people are getting super rich off of it and not getting anything done. Supposed to go LA, San Francisco, let's see if it's the Bakersfield. Yeah, I'm talking like I was the only white kid, 6 blocks, got stabbed, jumped, all that nonsense. When I saw something to de-stress, gotcha. That's a lot of stress. Yeah, yes, brother Adam. I started smoking. I averaged B's in school compared to my F average beforehand. It helped me pass.
Around time plus an installment time of 6 months. So the maglev opened the job up to bidders. Guan personally led the factory's bid, pulling all-nighters to produce a 32-page tender.
Like I was talking about yesterday, about China is not just a communist society. The people live in a communist society, but they're capitalists. That's why they're bidding out their rail. This is why they can hire and fire people. This is why they pay people for results and whatnot. They're trying to make money. They're a capitalist society, and they sell outside of their communist bubble. They've just convinced the population to be communist. So the people are doing away with less, but the government's just spending and doing whatever they want. And getting rich, and the billionaires can still get rich. Then I got introduced to Adderall by smoking a blunt, taking an Addy, swear I saw some computer with some information processing. Jeez, dude.
Shenyang eventually won after 3 rounds. Then factory workers worked 13+ hour days in 38-degree weather to deliver the 8 machines in just 6 to 8 months. The contract not only brought Shenyang badly needed revenue, but also national attention. The press reported that China-Czechoslovakia Friendship Factory's achievements with great pride, lionizing the factory workers for their efforts. The company would cite the 2001 Shanghai maglev project for many years afterwards as an example of what they can do, and indeed, you can call it a major step forward for China's native machine tool industry. Guan's efforts leading this successful project was key to his being appointed general manager of the larger Shenyang machine tool group. In 2002, Shenyang generated revenues of 1.3 billion RMB, or about $150 million, good for 36th place in the world. The next major step in Shenyang Machine Tools' growth was its 2004 acquisition of the German company Schiess.
Right. It's just a scam. It's the same thing with New York. Like, New York's got blackouts right now. New York they've got blackouts. There's not enough power generation in New York to power places. They're telling people that's on life-saving equipment to turn off their like refrigerators and whatnot. So, but the rulers aren't. They're fine. The rulers. China's still communist. They remain one party communist state till ruled entirely by China, CCP, but they have abandoned the economy. The economy. Yeah, it's right. That's what I'm saying. They're a capitalist structure in a communist society. Right. Yes. And so they're still making money and doing everything. It's the same thing that they did in Cuba. A capitalist company became the government of Cuba. So everybody not in the government lived in a communist society. Yeah, it's wackadoodle. They're just it's just the same thing that's going on in New York. They're convincing people to live in a communist socialist utopia, but the government's not going to, and them and their buddies outside of the city and state are going to capitalize off of convincing people to live in a communist place. Gabriel, the Lord these days exalts his beloved children to enter the new earth. How are you, Carlo? Jennifer knows. What's up, Jennifer? The one part makes me sad about sobering up is food never tasted so good to me. It just makes sense to smoke actually be able to stomach my food. Jeez, dude. It's because they decided to close down all the fossil fuel plants. Yeah. How you doing, Carlo?
Schiess is an iconic name. They were founded in 1866 by the famous...
like Mondami had weddings on 3 continents. He had weddings all over the world. And like the one in his home country was 3 days long, and the Ghanaian or special forces ICE agent looking guys with masks on and military weapons provided security for it. And it's like his parents are multi millionaires living on in a compound on a mountain, and then he's doing fine. He's handing out the communist stuff he's talking about, the socialist stuff he's talking about, having these grocery stores and train stations and whatnot built. The people that build them are going to be capitalists outside of the country. It's not going to be the people of New York building these things for themselves. So other people outside of the socialist bubble, capitalists, will be making money off of that. Benito Mussolini was misunderstood. What's up, Zippity Doodah? I remember when they closed down the Titties 05. That's how the Titties. Well, good news is I did a small cookout for my family today and actually enjoy what I made: caramelized onions, maple bacon, hot honey, and jalapeno cheddar sauces. What up, Trey? China does not hate us, and they will never invade Taiwan. They own it as a sovereign country within China, not going to invade themselves. China was not strike. Yeah, I don't think so either. I agree. I once tried being a middleman for weed selling. After 4 months, caused risk to profit. Ration was skewed. Lesson learned. If at least doing legal things, you should be rewarding. Pineapple relish with sweet barbecue sauce on the burgers. Let me grab some more, boy.
German entrepreneur and engineer named Ernst Schiess. They started with steam engines and pipes, but 3 years later they pivoted into machine tools, specializing in very large-scale machine tools, like the world's largest crankshaft lathe in 1901. They contributed to the German war effort during World War I. They then extensively contributed to the Nazi war effort during World War II. So,
that's just the marketing, though. Like, what's really happening and what's marketed to us in the world is wackadoodle. Carlos understands.
War, the Allies ordered the company dismantled and banned them from making any more machine tools. The ban would not be lifted until 1952. The company is known for being accommodating, a philosophy that led it down a difficult path. In the 1960s, the company was at its largest, but was burdened with a scattershot product lineup that spanned the gamut from 1,800-ton cranes to hoists to even car washes. This huge amount of custom work and special modifications meant that Schiess consistently turned losses. Schiess struggled to properly price its multi-year heavy machinery projects, And this worsened in the 1970s and 1980s with the energy crises and rapidly rising wages. The resulting persistent losses led the company to be sold and resold to multiple conglomerates. After an industry slump in the early 2000s, the company finally succumbed to its inefficiencies and declared bankruptcy in August 2004. Xi's managing director, Rene Nitsch, told the
What
trade magazine in 2008, quote,
So in the 90s, in the mid to late 90s, there was a concerted effort by Bill Clinton to offshore all of our manufacturing, saying basically we'll be the we'll be the managers of the world. We'll design everything, we'll sell everything, and our designs will just go to other countries because they wanted the cheap labor. They did right what they're talking about right here in the 70s and 80s when people started getting paid more and more and more and more money for their work, and that wasn't happening around the world. That was happening in the United States and Germany. So the United States was like, hey, we could use these people that'll work for $3 an hour or less, of $5 to $10 a week. And so that's what they did. And that's what's breaking loose now, because that worked for a while, but then other countries were like, they started spending money on other projects, spending the money, the profit they were making off of manufacturing for America. Then they raised their prices even more and more, and then put tariffs against America for goods coming from America, or would not buy American products. So then we had that Trump happened, where he said, whatever tariffs you have against us, we're going to have against you. And then so that started to break that. And now we've got manufacturing coming back to America, because the same thing's going to happen over and over and over again. You're going to have companies that are like, you can't sustain yourselves. You can't build your own stuff. So you're going to pay what we tell you to pay. So hopefully that's going to reverse. We'll see. We'll see. A few years ago, a Chinese tanker leaked classified documents to prove point game called War Thunder. A man hasn't been alive in 4 years. J. Edgar Hoover has a file when I fell first, even in his afterlife. You are correct, but they will never invade Taiwan. It's a sovereign country. Yeah, I don't think they will either. The CCP is big as North Korea. Bill Clinton had a one-track mind. He did. What's up, Tara? Nixon opened trade relations with China. It went downhill ever since. Yeah, and getting us off the gold standard. That's Monica Lewinsky. People in the U.S. had money to refuse if labor exploitation happens. Yeah. Well, so it looks like there's going to be a reversal of that. Hopefully, that would be great, because then we'll have almost no unemployment in America. And we will have the companies that are like $1 trillion companies that are making supreme amounts of profit. You know, the iPhone costs about $10 to manufacture. The iPhone 15 or 14 Pro costs $10 to manufacture. So they're selling that for over $1,000. So they were making $990+ on each phone that they sold. Right. So would it be so bad if they only made $500 on each phone? Right. And they could pay Americans to build it. But yeah, but the thing is, the leaders of India and China weren't passing the profits along to their employees. So now you have modern day slavery going on in effect all over the world, worse now than it was during the North Atlantic slave trade. The CCP is doing very well, and they'll never be as bad as the North Korean economy. Yeah, I don't think so either. What's funny is he did a post photo, one of their main battle tank rounds, because it's a game like 10 to 15 millimeters too short and has 100 meter per second less muzzle velocity. Oops.
We actually lacked the imagination to see that something could be made of the company, which was certainly in an economic crisis, namely insolvency. We simply didn't have that vision back then. End quote. So, to them, Shenyang Machine Tool Company looked like a white knight, sweeping in to save the day. Shenyang allocated only $9.5 million for the purchase. General Manager Geng Hongchen told the China Daily, quote, "This is a very, very cheap price. What we took was not only its permanent assets, but also its famous brand name. We can take this shortcut to start our own high-end product design and production through this acquisition.
Right, and that's happened to a lot of American products. You'll see like Kodak and freaking 3M, a bunch of American brand names are now, that's what they are. They're just white label names, basically. I think that's the term. So now you'll see like Kodak batteries that aren't made by Kodak. China bought the name. And so they produce these batteries and they other products that say Kodak on them, but they're not made by the American company Kodak, because Kodak's pretty much gone now. He posted a photo of the APFSDS round next to a little meter stick and put a photo of their manuals next to the man disappeared. Apple has done shit ton to improve China's manufacturing, including setting the laws that now have moved on India for the iPhone 18 Pro made by Tata. So yeah, right. So that's helped China, and then it helped India. But how are the Indians profiting? The people working in the shops, the people working in the manufacturing facilities, like they're not making $10 an hour. Apple just raised the price of all their products with severe RAM shortage. Right, yeah, that's gonna be a big product too. So hopefully, we're supposedly in the next 6 months, we're supposed to have fabs come online here in America, busting out RAM. We'll see. Some idiots in the U.S. and UK did it with our tax. Though for a fact, the U.S. dude was charged with treason and sentenced to life in prison. Tata Electronics hacked all the iPhone S28, but jeez, 18, bro. I think President Trump is gonna ask I Phil first for advice on anything. He should. Tata Electronics got hacked. Oh, 18, bro. That's what I thought you meant. Labor is one of the most expensive things. Can you imagine a Volkswagen car logo made in India and assembled in the car in Germany just because of the cost of labor? All because they wanted factually correct specifications on a video game. Oops. If I have any old RAM laying around, you might want to sell it. It's super expensive right now, even old ones. Yep. When will Israel drop some artificial sunshine on Iran? John, I have no idea, brother. I got no idea. But it looks like a lot of things are changing. I think it was today or last night, they had a funeral for the, not Ahmadinejad. What's the guy's name in Iran? What's his name? Khomeini. And the other guy, like his son that was supposed to be running it, wasn't there either. So there's theories that he might be dead also. And the underlings under them are like using his auto pen type thing to like run the country. So we don't even know what's happening. If I had a PC graveyard selling 16 gig, 32 gig apps, yeah, you can make a lot of money. You got 64 gigs of DDR5. I got 32. But I have 32 in a box, probably right here actually. I don't know. That might be in the next door. Yeah. So I got, because I was gonna get, I got it for free, and I was gonna get a desktop, but I couldn't end up affording it. And then this one was my laptop gaming computer was cheap enough to do what I needed to do, and it came with 24 gigs. I'm gonna be real. If even a single country drops the nuke, everyone's gonna work. Yeah, agreed. Unless they want to ruin a reputation any further, since the reputation's already broken. Yeah, they'll still do the same in India, set new laws, higher wages, also show up the factory makes iPhones anytime unannounced, no prior warning to Apple force high wages. That they need it. They need to. Dude, listen. They absolutely need to. Because all this talk about slavery needs to be paid for, blah, 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 all this yada, 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 yada. But slavery's worse now than it was then. Even if you pay people, like the people in China that were working for Foxconn were jumping off of buildings using chemicals that was driving them insane. There was suicide nets to save the lives of the people that jumped off it, that tried to kill themselves. They were living in the building. They had a bar in the building, and you could only date women that also worked there. You weren't allowed outside of the building. Like that's where your home was and everything. That's slavery, even if they're paying you. But what they were paying you, you were paying back to them. So if you got paid, then your room and board came out of that pay, and any food that you wanted to buy came from their cafeterias. So yeah, so it's basically they weren't giving them anything. You missed your 64 gigs DDR5. What up, Georgie? My son is dead. That son has been dead for a long time. They have a ceremony, didn't even give a giant hut out. I got a terabyte SSD, tripled in price since I got it. Yeah, right. Well, if SSD, it's still NAND. NAND chips, same chips, just in a different orientation on the PCB. They did it in China, helped out China for the past 18 years. At an RTX 3070 Ti, missed it. Need to start buying CD readers to turn to get SSD and external hard drive. I heard how Dubai is. Oh yeah, Dubai, absolutely. Yeah. They take people's passports. They say we're gonna pay you $1,000 a week or whatever, and these people fly over, come from all around the world. Well, basically the Middle East, and then or South Asia, and they come in and then they take their passports and they say this is where you're sleeping, 10 to a room. Yeah, same thing. Russia did the similar thing, 60s, 70s. Forgot the town name, but it was a literal town of workers. They lived in the buildings, provide the work. Yeah, that's communism. Yeah. It's true, and Apple stepped in. They said, hey, you guys need to pay higher wages, let them do shift work and go home. Apple does a lot to help out them. But they know that it's been happening the whole time. They know. They absolutely knew. This is why they want to run it out of America and have the operations done there so they can have plausible deniability. We didn't know. They knew. They absolutely knew. They wanted to make sure that they kept, Foxconn wanted to make sure that they kept the contract, and they knew what that required. Because Apple designed the phone. They designed how to build the phone. So they knew how many people were needed, how many minutes of human contact was required for each phone produced. I'm glad I got my PC stuff several years ago. I got unlucky with the 1390K. I have a 7000 series Ryzen 5. I'm happy with it. Really happy with it. I paid $1,200 USD for 3070, 64 gigs DDR5 with SSD. Sold it for $270. Jeez, you could have sold that RAM for $800. West Virginia has a similar concept in the late 1800s, early 1900s, when you're not paid money but coin. The owner of the mine stamped out. Yeah, right, yeah. There was a lot of places that did that. Back in the day when oil ladies would go down to one town, they would have their own currency, own company currency, only to be spent at the company stores. Yes. Don't get me wrong, 13900K works amazingly. I'm just waiting to burn up for RMA. Yeah, they definitely know. Sorry for the typos. Sure, good. Sounds right. Brother, I haven't eaten in 3 weeks. Made that 270 stretch. Yeah. That sometimes that happens, brother. Intel sold chips with instability issues right out of the box. Unfortunately, money. Right. Intel's what they did after the not Celeron. What was it? Pentium or Celeron? I can't remember what order it went. What was after that? The Ultima, something like that. Let me see. That they screwed up bad. They had a bad die. Intel these days aren't good anymore. Yeah, they lost it. Listen, they were on top of the world with Pentium, and after that, I think Celeron is still Pentium dies, but multiple of them on the chip. Intel's list of CPUs, not Bell's. Okay, Intel list of processors. Okay, 8086. I had an 8088 was my very first one. 8088 was their second one, 1979. I had one in the 80s. 8286 is when it really started to hit. Okay, 386. Okay, Pentium. And then, it's not even on here. What came out after the Pentium? No. This ain't correct. There was something after the Pentium. Xenons, Core 9s, Core 6, Core 5, the branding. Wow. Repurposed desktop. Hold on. That's weird. Hold on. Intel's failed brand of CPUs. Not Bell's. Jeez. It wasn't Raptor Lake. No, it was before that. It was way before that. What did Intel release after the Pentium? Pentium, maybe it was the Celeron. No, man, I can't remember what it was. Absolutely, it was. I missed the PC. It didn't forget selling it. Let me see, 14 to 16 hours a day. Jeez, BIOS 3. I have to update BIOS 3 times already. But it's just a bad batch. But NVIDIA with a better way. Labor contract thing for manufacturing industry in the USA. Do plant hire themselves? Is labor? Yeah, no, it's not contractual almost anywhere. A lot of states in America are right to work states, which means you can be fired for anything. There's some states that have different ways of doing things where you have to be fired for a reason. You got a 486. You got a 486. Don't make me laugh. Your Windows boots up in what, a day and a half? I was talking about the CPU. Okay. Yeah. What was the name of it? They did all like the fancy Ultima. Dang it. I know it's a 1314 freak, right? And that wasn't Celeron. I don't think it was Celeron. Oh, man. What issue did Intel have with chips after the... Man, I can't hear me. What issue did Intel... Oops, I can't hit the right button. After it says it's called net purse, but that's not it. Excessive heat and power consumption. They got really, really hot, but what was the name of it? The floating point unit, but I could have swore it had a name like Ultima, Altium or something like that. No, Pentium, no, it was the one that failed after that. Like, I guess it was still a Pentium type processor, but it was like their branding after. It was called like the Ultimum or Ultima. Damn it. Yeah, and because of the thing that they screwed up going that way, it knocked them down below AMD. And then AMD and NVIDIA was there to capture the AI presence and fill that gap. But man, Intel Ultimate. Not Ultra, dang it. Centrino. Man. What was Intel's marketing after the Pentium? Pentium to ingredient branding. Centrino, Intel Core, sponsors of tomorrow. Look inside Intel Eva. Man, I don't know. Maybe I'm completely forgetting something, but I absolutely remember the big release, and they put like hundreds of millions of dollars into ads and marketing everywhere. People were wearing like reflective clothes and like LEDs on their body, and it was a bunch of people dancing. I can't find anything you're looking for, Richard. Maybe it was called the Ultimate. It was the penny, but it was the problem. It didn't work. It had that floating point error. And then that caused it to run really hot, which means they had to clock it back. So it didn't perform anywhere near what it was supposed to. It was supposed to be like a 100-watt chip, but they had to run it at like 30 or 40 watts, and then the floating point didn't work properly, so it didn't. And then they had to completely. Yeah, sorry. Definitely expensive. Sorry, I hate when companies build that thing. You remember that too, right? I just can't remember what it was called. There's got to be somebody on the freaking internet's got to know what this is. Somebody's got to know what this is. They didn't have one called the Millennium PC. Maybe. Take this extended warranty. I want a bulletproof chip. It's only defect. Okay. Intel's failure after Pentium. Damn it. Here, maybe it was the Pentium 4. Prescott Pentium. Itanium. I think that was it. Itanium. The Itanium. That's what I think it was. Itanium. Not Ultima. Itanium. Yeah. I remember that overheating issue. My friend was going to try to find cooling for his system. Yeah, it was the Itanium. That's what it was. And so it had to be part of the net burst. But let me see. Every failed... Well, here, watch this.
Pentium 4 NetBurst. The Pentium 4's NetBurst architecture was Intel's attempt at pure speed domination. Clock speed became king. Intel promised gigahertz heaven, but reality had other plans. The NetBurst cores generated obscene amounts of heat. Laptops and desktops became little space heaters. Users joked that their computers could cook eggs faster than run Doom. NetBurst high clock speeds didn't translate to proportional performance gains. Applications couldn't fully utilize
Itanium fiasco. Yes. That's my fault. Right. Yes, but Itanium fiasco. Right. Speaking of overheating, surprisingly, my scooter has an overheater at 100-degree heat, cylinder wall 350. Yep. We made it.
Speeds to what we'd consider mediocre by modern standards. It was like buying a Ferrari that slows down every time you hit 60 mph. Despite its flaws, NetBurst taught Intel valuable lessons about efficiency over raw speed. Mobile and desktop CPUs eventually pivoted to shorter pipelines and lower power designs, paving the way for Core and Core 2 series. NetBurst is remembered as flashy, hot, and mostly underwhelming, the CPU equivalent of a movie with amazing trailers but terrible plot. 2. Itanium. The Itanium was Intel's most ambitious flop. Marketed as the next generation architecture for enterprise servers, it promised incredible performance with its EPIC, explicitly parallel instruction computing design. The catch? EPIC required software to be rewritten to fully exploit the architecture. Most software didn't bother. Enterprises that adopted Itanium found performance underwhelming, compatibility a nightmare, and cost astronomically high. Developers called it Itanyan behind closed doors. Itanium lingered for years, mostly in legacy systems, but never lived up to the hype. Itanium's legacy is a cautionary tale. Even billion-dollar R&D can fail if ecosystem and software adoption aren't considered. Intel eventually retired Itanium quietly, leaving engineers to shake their heads and whisper, "At least we learned something." 3. Pentium.
So they tried to rewrite the actual architecture. Not the architecture. The what do they call it? The chips inside for the chips that you have. The instruction set. So the x86 instruction set that all the other chips use, and we still use a lot of today. It changed. So you had to actually you couldn't just use Microsoft Word because it wouldn't be able to talk to the processor properly, or Windows or whatever operating system you would need changes to. And so if you had specific specific software that talks directly to the through the kernel through the hardware and asks for certain registers or things to happen, they were all wackadoo. So it caused problems. And then it's not like, oh, I can just buy this faster chip and then take my hard drive out of my old machine, put it in my new machine, it'll work faster. That's what you want. But they didn't do that. They were like, this is revolutionary. This is so revolutionary. It'll break everything you have. My 2010 Toshiba would give me second-degree burns if I have fingers on the keyboard. Intangible Valium. Intangible Valium is the Itanium of the animal used in the visceral act of titanium, denying the fact that Valium can intense in the need of new act. They screwed up. Well, let's keep going. Let's
the
keep
original
going.
Pentium M cores were designed for laptops. They were low power, efficient, and ran cooler than NetBurst counterparts. Sounds perfect, right? The problem was market confusion. Intel initially positioned Pentium M as a niche mobile CPU, while marketing and product lines were all over the place. Some early Pentium M laptops were fantastic, running cool and battery friendly, but the CPU didn't have widespread recognition. Consumers often opted for flashy Pentium 4 or early Core quad-core Duo machines, not realizing the real value hidden in efficiency. Pentium M eventually evolved into the core of Intel's mobile success, but early adopters got lost in the shuffle. 4. Prescott Core. Prescott was the ill-fated evolution of NetBurst. Intel tried to cram more features, higher clock speeds, and larger caches into the same thermal envelope. Result: overheating, heat throttling, and power consumption that made desktops sound like jet engines. Users reported blue screens, unexpected shutdowns, and CPU fans spinning at jet turbine levels. Prescott became synonymous with, why did I upgrade again? Even software that ran fine on older Pentium 4s struggled with the heat output. Prescott demonstrated that chasing higher clock speeds without efficiency is a recipe for disaster. 5. Early Intel Atom CPUs were Intel's foray into low-power netbooks.
What happened to the days of slapping two rocks together and being entertained? What happened? What happened? I agree. The thermal throttle. Nothing like the good old blue screens to death. Pentium was a chandelier in the new 10 step layer after Thrill was pilled. The Thrill pill.
They succeeded in battery life, but failed spectacularly in performance. Browsing the web felt like navigating through molasses. Opening multiple tabs crashed even the most patient users. Atom taught Intel the importance of balancing efficiency and speed. Later designs improved dramatically, powering smartphones, tablets, and embedded devices. But those first netbook experiences left a generation of users questioning if Intel understood how usable a CPU needed to be. 6. Larrabee. Larrabee was Intel's ambitious attempt to enter the discrete GPU market.
And what a big mistake. She's on the green tea. What a big mistake to try to just put something on, like say, hey, 4 gigahertz. Great. But if the clock speed is that high, but you can't get the output of 2 gigahertz machines, yeah, stupid. Giant failure like the new Odyssey movie. Oops. Yeah, dude. Did you hear what that woman said? That woman basically told, the woman that is playing like Helen of Troy. She was so ungrateful. Like that guy that did that, the guy that wrote this book, screw him. Like, now look how much more screen time we got for women, unlike how you wrote your book. And it's like, what are you talking about? You're supposed to make the movie for the audience, not for yourself. And that's the problem. We got all these wackadoos thinking that like they're now a star in the movie because they're the star, but they're not a star yet. And they're saying that's like, no, the movie didn't sell yet. You've got to say why we should go see the movie. And the reason is because there's more screen time for females. That's not a reason to see the movie. Not, I put my heart and soul into it. I really hope everybody enjoys it. You don't hear that. Just throw in a sling of throw a sling in the chase up. In the land of confusion. I remember the E-machine. Yeah, I had an E-machine. My dad used to own Intel Titanium. Let's just say he was pissed. I'm sure he was pissed, dude. The Helen of Detroit. Supergirl thing. Yeah, why do they do that? They think just because they're in the movie that they're superstars. No, you got to do superstar performances. And they think you just have to be there. As long as you're there and the graphics are good, then you've got to. The pill, acting the devil's the pillar of her shovel, listening to an active chant. Are you trying to confuse me, Jennifer? Apparently people hated the new Supergirl, dude, how weird she looked. I don't think that was the reason. I think the reason was she acted like she was the greatest thing ever, and she told people that she didn't care if they saw the movie, and it's great and everything. Like she told people like Christian dads of 4, this movie's not for you. Like, that's crazy. If you have one Christian dad that's got 4 daughters or 4 kids, that's 5 tickets from one family. You should want that. Yeah, it's crazy. That's why Michael Jordan will always be the greatest. They're very humble. Always made sure his teammates roast to the top just like he did. Damn. That movie doesn't seem real, right? Yeah, go broke. I never had one. Think the E-Machines was Walmart's own brand computer back then. Not sure. The only place I see E-Machines. I don't. Was that back in Walmart days? I can't remember. Maybe it was Walmart. I think it might have been. Let's see. E-Machines. Budget-friendly American brand, 1998. American brand dominated the market for under $500. Acquired by Gateway in 2004. ECU1 email monitors. So they had monitors too and everything. So hey, we're building stuff back then. It's amazing what America used to make. Computers under $500 back then, where computers were like $3,000. Any openings here need some clean content to enjoy. Sick of negativity and corruption. Bam, bring it on, brother. I got it. I got you. I don't know why we're going over this still.
A world dominated by NVIDIA and AMD. Intel promised a revolutionary many-core processor capable of high-performance graphics rendering and scientific computation. On paper, it sounded incredible. Dozens of cores designed for parallel processing, flexibility for both graphics and compute workloads, and the ability to run familiar x86 code. But reality was brutal. Laraby's architecture required developers to rethink how they programmed graphics. Traditional GPU pipelines were optimized for fixed-function graphics tasks, whereas Laraby's cores demanded software to explicitly handle parallelization and memory management. Many developers struggled.
Maytag, yeah, that was great too.
Behind GPUs
Never
already
forget the
on
first
the market.
computer Radio Jet, $600, only 4 bits
by
of
the
RAM.
time Larrabee was ready, NVIDIA and
wired
AMD
NVIDIA
had widened the performance gap.
Why? Because they owned stock in the AI companies. So NVIDIA invested in like OpenAI. So OpenAI bought NVIDIA's products to make OpenAI stock go up, which would raise the value for what NVIDIA bought. It's a circular funding thing. It's not supposed to be legal. Yeah, so it's a big freaking wackadoo. This is why you hear so much marketing. Because if Intel, once NVIDIA sells the chips, they got the money. They got the money. So now the chips are in OpenAI's data centers. If they don't make money, AI then if they lose money, right? That's fine. But and NVIDIA already sold the chips. So basically, NVIDIA said, here's a bunch of money to buy a bunch of our chips. What they could have done was just given them the chips, but they didn't want to do that. They wanted to stock. So during the whole, hey, AI is the new greatest thing. And as that stock goes up, then they can sell and they make a crap ton of money off of it. And then if OpenAI goes under, doesn't matter because they already sold the chips.
Instead of revolutionizing consumer graphics, Larrabee pivoted into a niche high-performance computing role as Xeon Phi. It became a lesson in ambition versus market readiness, a chip too ahead of its time, misunderstood by developers, and beaten by competitors with established ecosystems. Despite its failure, Larrabee introduced concepts that influenced Intel's later GPU projects, particularly the Z.
My uncle had one of those where it looks like a toolbox and the keyboard folds down from the front and it's got old like orange screen CRT monitor, amber I guess you would call it.
Architecture. Engineers remember Larrabee as a bold experiment, technically brilliant, frustratingly impractical, and a warning that even a giant like Intel can stumble when entering a specialized, entrenched market. 7. Pentium D. Pentium D was Intel's first dual-core desktop processor built on the aging NetBurst architecture. Dual cores sounded like a dream. Twice the processing power, better multitasking, and improved performance for heavy workloads. In practice, it inherited all of NetBurst's flaws: heat, high power consumption, and inefficient pipelines. Desktops running Pentium D often sounded like they were powering a jet engine. Overheating was common, causing thermal throttling and occasional crashes.
Stupid.
Enthusiasts
There's too many men, too many people making too many problems, and there's not much love to go around. Can't you see this is the land of confusion?
Flagship looking bloated and outdated. Despite these issues, Pentium D taught Intel valuable lessons about architecture evolution. Future dual-core designs focused on efficiency and performance balance, leading to the Core 2 Duo and beyond. Pentium D is remembered fondly by some as a transitional chip, a bridge between the glory of single-core speed obsession.
I've never been a fan of Intel. AMD has always been just kick ass. In the only time I ever ordered an Intel was when I was 25 years old. I got a dual Intel Xenons, or the only way you could get a dual processor chipset, a dual processor PC workstation, like for like standard. So I got that I ordered because I couldn't get, there wasn't an AMD version of that. And like the processors were on daughter boards, so the motherboard didn't have it. So you had this big daughter board that had a heat sink and everything that slid in and locked down. I used to have to take it apart every month to clean the dust out of it and then put it back together. That was required because there was so much heat production for the dual Xenons. But it was 300 megahertz dual Xenon, and it was probably one of the fastest machines I've ever worked with. There's too many men. Then why don't we stop reproducing? Phil Collins and his health issues, yeah.
And the practical multi-core era, but mostly as a cautionary tale in thermal management and marketing overhype. This is early Intel Atom.
This is what I don't understand. If we've got all of these Intel fabs, chip fabs, why didn't they just start printing? Why didn't they just do a deal with Samsung and start printing NAND? They could have just been like, okay, we got all these fabs. Instead of printing these crap chips, why don't we just start printing a bunch of NAND, and RAM, and SSD chips? Because that would have caused the price to drop. I tried to make a 1989 computer work on a modern, so I hit hammer till it broke. Yep, that'll do it, man. My buddy's dad had a thing called a computer hammer. This is back in the Apple IIe days. And it was a foam hammerhead with a cardboard tube, and it said when you're mad, so you would beat the computer with it but not break it because it was foam. And that was his like $1 million idea.
First generation Intel Atom processors were designed for low-power netbooks. They succeeded in delivering long battery life, but were painfully slow. Opening a browser or multitasking felt like watching paint dry. Early netbooks running Atom often struggled with basic web applications, causing frustration for users who expected modern performance in a tiny package. Despite this, Atom had a vision: bring Intel CPUs into mobile computing, embedded systems, and ultra-thin laptops. The early hiccups taught Intel that low power alone doesn't make a chip successful. Performance, optimization, and user experience are equally critical. Atom eventually evolved into a viable platform powering tablets, IoT devices, and thin laptops, but those early netbooks left an enduring reputation for slowness. Humorously, tech blogs often compared Atom netbooks to PCs on sedatives, highlighting the gap between potential and reality. Atom's story reminds engineers that being first isn't enough. Execution, software optimization, and market perception define success.
So, like, a lot of people don't understand that we've had $19 trillion of investment in American manufacturing. $19 trillion. So those companies and fabs and shops and car manufacturing and all that is being built. And once that comes online, there's good jobs. There's all those are going to need to be filled with people to work there. So that's going to make a big difference. And especially, I think, I don't know, but I think that's what's going to help with the cost of products in America. Oil being low. Now, oil's low. Oil's at like $65. So gas should be $2.50 a gallon. Oil prices. Why does it always miss my first word? $68. $68. Okay, yeah, so that should be around $2.60 a gallon. Yeah, less than that. Less than that. Yeah, it's not $2.60 a gallon, something like that, right? So they're making a lot of money, and then in the states that have a lot more tax on top of it, that's a lot more like New York and California. They've got state taxes on top of that. It was being incompatible manufacturing process, making it more expensive and microscopic space constraints. I mean, I can understand that, but what do you need to do to retool? You know? I mean, maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. It's possible I don't know what I'm talking about, but I'm just saying you got to. It's a photographic, lithographic process. You have a cobalt dye that you shine lasers through onto the spun freaking emulsion on the silicon, and then you let that harden. You rinse it. You eat it away. Blah blah blah. Time and time again. I don't see how it's not. Maybe it's completely different technology. Like I know it's the same photolithographic technology, but I don't see. We definitely need to try. Trey, we're having more chip factories built because the whole thing China can beat us. US hates it beats us and hates US mindset. Hence they don't do it to Samsung, right? Yeah, Foxconn Navy built a battery in the United States. It was at Trump why they did it. However, they built a new factory in India. Foxconn Navy never built a battery in the United States. That was Trump why they did. However, they built a new factory in India. Gotcha. Okay, I was just talking about China. Damn, oil went back up to the lowest, about 64, back up to 68 a barrel, 64 a few days ago. I was going to say China likes to cut people off from resourcing during emergencies like the virus thing. Yeah, that's definitely happened. There's Foxconn. It was probably iPhone assemblies. That's what it was back in the day too. Yeah, they did. Yeah. There's a few brand new chips being back, but yeah. There's a bunch of chip fabs. There's one in Alabama. There's one in Arizona, and I'm not sure if there's one in Georgia or not. Silicon chip fabrication, new builds, United States, U.S. The Chips app is bringing billions of dollars. Phoenix, Arizona, Austin, Texas, Albany, Chandler, Arizona. Okay, so Phoenix, Arizona, Chandler, Arizona, New Albany, Ohio, Taylor and Austin, Texas, Boise, Idaho, Clay, New York. So we're getting a lot. Yeah, so we're having a lot coming in play. Can it be all that simple? That it was that simple? I mean, it's like, and so you have like lasers that operate at certain wavelengths, and that determines how thin of a trace that you can make. How many like nanometers, they call it NM, like 8 nanometer, 4 nanometer, 0.7 nanometer, which is the smallest mark that you can make on the silicon, so to speak. And the smaller that is, the more transistors you can fit in a smaller space, or in the same space that's smaller. And so yeah, that's basically it. Okay, here, basically what happens. ARP. What's up, TW? I meant having new chip factories doesn't mean China will never beat the US. China is close to be. Yeah, they're close to it. Imagine how tiny drones will become. Brother, they're like the size of flies. They've got very, very, very small drones. Foxconn did not go to India. Lamau went to India using... Yeah, Foxconn didn't go to India. The work went to India. The 18 Pro, Tata Group. I was, yeah. The work went to India. If I said Foxconn went to India, I misspoke. Brother, we don't know. We looked at that earlier.
Steps and Inside the smartphone are 62 microchips containing a total of 90 billion transistors. These microchips are incredibly powerful and the cornerstone of all technology. But how are billions of nanoscopic transistors manufactured into a microchip the size of a tiny ant? Well, all these microchips were manufactured in a semiconductor fabrication plant like this one. Inside it is a clean room, which spans...
So we know that the Capitol Police are at the hospital that he's at, but they haven't said whether he's alive or dead. So he's probably still on life support, and his wife's not in the country. His wife went to China, so she's not there to sign off to say pull the plug or whatever.
Is the area of 8 football fields and is filled with hundreds of machines ranging in size from that of a van to that of a city bus, and costing anywhere between a few million and $170 million.
That's expensive.
Within this
I've been to
microchip
China 6
factory,
different times, going back a
silicon
month or so.
wafers
It's fun to
travel
visit
from
China.
machine
Mitch
to machine
McConnell, yeah.
and
Mitch
undergo around 1,000 processes over a 3-month period. And by the end of production, each silicon wafer will be covered in hundreds of CPU chips, each containing 26 billion transistors. When we zoom in, we can see the nanoscopic transistors at the bottom and over a dozen layers of wires above. This integrated circuit is then cut out from the wafer, tested, and packaged so that it can be installed into your desktop computer. In this video, we're going to explore the entire microchip manufacturing process and show you how billions of nanoscopic transistors and an impossibly complex 3D maze of wires are manufactured in one of the world's most technologically advanced microchip factories. It's an incredibly complicated process, so stick around and let's jump right in.
And it's pretty much automated. Like you feed in the requirements, like what you need on each level layer, which has all been done previously. It's all you need people to help like set things up originally, and then they go up. I'm sure he'll go through it, but the boxes that travels throughout and then does each chemical process and each lithographic process. Gosh, it says he's been hospitalized for 3 weeks. Yes, right. Yeah. And if he's not declared dead or alive by the 3rd of August, then his vote doesn't. Nobody replaces his vote. Foxconn is not completely pulled out of China. It has been expanding its manufacturing operations in India, including building factories to produce iPhones. There you go. Big Skunk came in. Those clean rooms are crazy. Something like 7 dust particles is allowed. What up, Hans? Yeah. Cleaner than operating rooms. By far.
A portion of this video is sponsored by Brilliant.org. There are 2 sides to understanding how microchip manufacturing works. The first is the sequence of steps and processes needed to build the nanoscopic transistors and the labyrinth of wires. Whereas the second is how the semiconductor fab and multi-million-dollar equipment of the clean room floor work. And we'll be flipping between these 2 sides to get a complete picture. Let's start by opening up this desktop computer, focusing on the CPU and taking a look at what's inside. Here we have an integrated circuit, or die, which we'll refer to as a chip. This chip has 24 cores, a memory controller, a graphics processor, and
so you see, it's got all those cores, right? So that's just one image that's printed multiple times on that chip. So it's like doing silk screening with light. Like, you know, when you silk screen a t-shirt, you have to do one color, then you have to take another screen and put it over and pull another color, and then red, green, blue. Or cyan, magenta, yellow, black, whatever, and it makes a full color image. So that's what they do. So, and then connecting the interwiring together. So it's not like they produced a piece of art that big with all those billions and billions and billions. No, it's copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste. For the most part, it's the interconnects that have to be done, but it's only got to be done once. It's only got to be done once, and then it can print these by the million.
Many other sections. Within one of the cores, we can see its block diagram and the various elements. Zooming in on this multiply block, we find a layout of 44,000 transistors that physically execute 32-bit multiplication and constitute just 0.00017% of the overall 26 billion transistors in the CPU. Zooming in even further, we see layers of metal wires or interconnects, and at the very bottom are the transistors that form the basic logic gates. Note that these layers of metal interconnects aren't floating, but rather the empty space that you see is filled with insulating materials, thus providing structure and preventing the metal wire layers from touching.
That's why it takes 3 months, because you have to grow those insulating layers. You have to grow it. And like when you put copper on top, like so they want to make wires. So they put copper on the chip for what layer, and then they grow where they want the insulations to go, and where they want the copper to grow is not grown. Then the copper gets put on it, and it fills those gaps, and then they have to polish that off, and then you have to grow another layer of insulation on it. So it takes a time for those atoms, thick layers, to grow.
Furthermore, here we're only showing the transistors at the bottom and 5 layers of metal interconnects, with vias traveling.
Yeah, and that's got to be, so if the fab isn't selling bulk regularly to make the technology replacement fee, it's got to make that plus profit to make it worth it. High tech.
Vertically between the layers. In actuality, there are a total of 17 metal layers of wires in the CPU, and each successive set of levels uses large...
Did any Texas Instruments stuff get printed there? I could have swore I remember looking through a data sheet that said something about...
larger and larger interconnects. At the bottom are local interconnects that move data around this 32-bit multiply circuit. In the middle are intermediate interconnects that move data around the core, and at the top are global interconnects that move data around the entire CPU. You might be wondering, how small are these transistors? Zooming in again and past the interconnect layers, we find FinFETs, which are transistors whose channel dimensions are 36 by 6 by 52 nanometers, with a transistor-to-transistor pitch of 57 nanometers. Clearly, the transistors are incredibly small. Here's a mitochondria, a dust particle, and a human hair for size comparisons. Now that you have a sense of what the transistors and labyrinth of metal
I heard he's out. He's out, brother. Beaverton, Oregon. I worked at that Intel building, was under construction.
Connects look like. Let's explore how they're manufactured. We'll begin with an analogy. Imagine baking a cake that's 80 layers tall, with each layer cut to a unique shape. To make this cake, there are 940 steps in the recipe, which takes 3 months to complete and includes hundreds of exotic ingredients. And if any measurement, baking time, or temperature is more than 1% off, then the cake is entirely ruined. That's kind of what it's like to make a microchip. But microchips are even more complicated. Let's look at a single layer of this integrated circuit and run through a simplified set of steps used to build it. To start, a layer of insulating silicon dioxide is deposited on top of the wafer, and then a layer of light-sensitive photoresist is spread across the top. Next, using UV light and a stencil, a pattern is applied to the photoresist. Solvents then are used to remove the areas hit by the UV light, thus creating a patterned mask layer. Using the mask, the revealed silicon dioxide is etched away down to the previous layer. Next, the mask layer is removed, and a layer of copper is added to cover the wafer and fill in the areas that were just etched away. Finally, the surface is ground down and leveled off to reveal the copper and insulator patterns, and thus a single layer is completed.
So there's a theory in finance going around that if the AI boom keeps going in the direction it's going, this copper will be switched with silver. Silver is the only other element that's less conductive than copper. So in order to lower the heat requirements and the power requirements, the only other options to go to other than copper would be silver for the price. That would increase the price, and then we would start using a hell of a lot more silver, which would then raise the current value of silver. Silver's already at like almost $70. It was $20 last January 2025. I live across the I-5 bridge in Vancouver, Washington. And shit, old Portland, Oregon. Beaverton's not far from Portland. I still work at Intel. Trey, I never worked for Intel. Worked as a contractor. There's always some kind of construction going on here. Yeah, that's where you want to be. You want to be in the construction industry, especially during all this, especially if you got electronic, no longer living here. There you
go. In order to build the next layer, which is a vertical set of metal vias, we repeat the same set of steps, but use a different pattern for the photomask. Since these layers are all built using the same set of steps, it's more effective to visualize the steps as a circle, like a clock. To build all the 80 layers of the die, this sequence is repeated over and over, resulting in 940 steps. One important note is that the FinFET transistors at the bottom are even more complicated than the metal wires, and thus additional steps are needed to fabricate them. Furthermore, cleaning the wafer to wash away dust particles that may have landed on the wafer, as well as inspecting the wafer to make sure everything is being built properly, happens frequently, and these steps need to be added to the circle. A different tool is used to complete each of these process steps. Now that we have an understanding of the steps, let's take a look at this semiconductor fabrication plant. This CPU is manufactured on a 300mm silicon wafer, which can fit 230 CPU chips. In contrast, DRAM chips are considerably smaller, and thus 952 of them can fit on a wafer. These silicon wafers are carried in stacks of 25 using a container called a front opening universal pod, or FOUP. This sealed plastic wafer carrier is transported around the clean room floor using an overhead transport system which lowers the FOUP onto the tool's landing pad. Inside the tool, robotic arms transport the wafer through vacuum load locks and to different process chambers where materials are added, removed, or processed in ways that we'll explore later. The wafers are then returned to the FOUP, resealed inside, lifted up to the overhead transport system, and carried to and dropped onto the next tool, where the next step in the process is completed. To build the entire chip composed of 80 different layers, it takes 3 months of traveling from tool to
all this so we could watch freaking cat vids and freaking AI memes on the internet.
Tool, where at each stop, one of the 940 process steps is completed. In order to increase the microchip mass production capabilities of a semiconductor fabrication plant, or fab, typically there are dozens of the same semiconductor tools organized in rows that perform the same process. On the clean room floor, there are a total of 400.
Bad fricker. I know a little about this because I studied microstructure in college. Yeah. Are you in the industry? Are you heading into the industry? If a woman is outside, does that make her outstanding? You know, a scarecrow is outstanding in its field.
435 semiconductor
you can have
tools,
that one for free,
resulting
Booney.
in the fab's production capacity of 50,000 wafers, or 11.5 million CPUs a month. These tools have rather complicated names, so we'll start by categorizing them according to their functionality. There are 6 groups: making the mask layer, adding material, removing material,
I've worked in cybersecurity for about 10 years as a youth, on and off as a contractor. Did it for about a year solid, and then on and off for 10 years when needed, let's say.
Modifying the material, cleaning the wafer, and finally inspecting the wafer. We've color-coded the different functional groups to the various tools and process steps to help you not get lost. Let's next look at each of these semiconductor tools and see how they process the wafer in various ways.
Okay.
We'll start with the ones that are used to make the mask layer, or the nanoscopic stencil on the wafer. These tools include the photoresist.
I lived in Maryland, so right by DC, and then I've done some down here in Georgia. I had to go up to Georgia Tech up in Atlanta to get a skiff up there.
Spin coater, photolithography tool, developer, and photoresist stripper. First, the photoresist spin coater applies a light-sensitive layer to the surface of the wafer and sends it through a soft bake, where the wafer is heated.
They grow various layers and masks and dope layers in specific. Yep. And it says 80 layers, which is crazy. I'm taking a test about where to. So I don't know how old the probably has to have a bunch of books around here still. But yeah, there you go. Make it happen. It's 3:07 here in the morning. Just woke up again. Like, hey, good, Scott, brother. How's the weather there in freaking the Netherlands?
Heated in order to evaporate the solvent from the photoresist. Next, the wafer goes to the lithography tool, which shines UV light through a stencil, which is technically called a photomask. The light passes through the stencil and is then demagnified or shrunk down to produce a nanoscopic pattern on the wafer. Wherever the light from the stencil touches.
Yeah. You got tools I never had. Absolutely.
Is the wafer.
We like I spent a lot of time going through logs and packets, freaking ripping things apart by hand. And now you've got all kinds of tools to help with that. It must be a lot faster.
The photoresist.
Like back in the day, our labs were dozens and dozens and dozens of different types of PCs running different types of operating system, enhanced operating systems. Then networking switches that did port mirroring and whatnot. And we had to wait till there was a problem or find an issue, then rip everything, break everything down. But now you can run multiple dozens of virtual machines and whatnot, and see what happens there, and have AI oversee the packet streams and whatnot. It must be a hell of a lot easier. Dude. I remember we used to go to the bar and just have laptops sitting there, just going through the logs and freaking a Notepad plus or Notepad. Yep. Since the release, since they released the NSA tools, much easier. Weather's going to be off again, hotter, tired. You got air conditioning, brother. It's better than a lot of places. I speak almost every language fluently, like the locals. Jeez, I can't barely speak English. I still rip things apart by hand, but the tools make it nice. Yeah. Can you search for Mouse Paradise Experiment? Yeah, we can check that after this. Mandarin? Yeah, I can't speak Mandarin. I can barely speak English.
Is weakened.
I can speak Python. I can speak C++. I can speak C#. I can speak GS script.
The wafer then goes to the developer, and the weakened photoresist is washed away, leaving only the patterned nanoscopic stencil on the wafer. The wafer is then sent through a hard bake to harden the remaining photoresist. Next, the wafer travels to other tools to undergo processing. And once these processes are completed, the wafer goes to a photoresist stripper, which uses solvents to dissolve and remove the photoresist mask layer. And that's how a mask layer is formed and then removed.
Mouse Paradise.
The photolithography tool is one of the most important. So let's take a look at it. Inside is a UV light source.
I hope I'm here to see it, brother.
A set of lenses to focus the light, a photomask which contains the stencil or design of the layer to be patterned, and a wafer carrier. The photomask is 6 by 6 inches and, based on the dimensions of the CPU, can fit 2 copies of a single layer of the CPU design. The purpose of using a photomask with these crazy optics is because it's a reliable way to copy and paste a design for billions of nanoscopic transistors and wires onto 230 identical CPUs on a single wafer in a few minutes. After the light passes through the photomask, the UV light goes to more lenses in order to shrink down the pattern by a factor of 4 and print a single layer of the design onto the photoresist. The wafer carrier steps from position to position, printing the photomask image at each stop until all 230 chips are patterned. Let's clarify one detail. In our previous examples, we talked a lot about this CPU having 80 layers. Specifically, what we were referring to is the number of photomasks and mask layers used to create all the different layers of patterns on the wafer. Therefore, one complete CPU chip uses 80 different photomasks, each costing $300,000. With only one mask layer being patterned at a time, this CPU chip will undergo 80 separate visits to the lithography tool. We could spend another hour talking about photolithography, but let's move on to the next category of tools. Deposition tools are used to add or deposit material onto the wafer. A lot of times we use the mask layer from the photolithography step to add materials to the areas uncovered by the mask layer, kind of like spray painting through a stencil. Due to the wide range of elements and compounds used to create the layers, deposition tools have a wide range of variations with complicated names and acronyms for each variant. But essentially, there are three key groups of materials that are added or deposited onto the wafer. Metals such as copper or tantalum, insulators which are typically called oxides, and crystalline layers of silicon. Each group of different materials uses different physics and chemistry principles to deposit the material on the wafer, and therefore has a different technical name for the tool that deposits the material. Deposition tools typically have a central wafer handling chamber, with the various chambers attached to the edges, each one dedicated to adding just a single element or compound. The next category of machines do the opposite, which is to remove material. There are two key methods.
This info is old. I believe it still uses tech still, but some new tech carve out the layers with X-rays. Yeah, so this is definitely old. Yeah, and now they're using lasers also, and focused lasers, X-ray lasers. What you're talking about? This is old. We started getting into this. I don't usually go this way with the stream, but we ended up going this way, so I figured we'd just run it out. I knew a guy in high school that was a deposition tool. Strangely enough, the Netherlands, we're still pioneers of those nanotechs. Not joking. Still showing us China. Switzerland. What a mistake. Yeah. Absolutely. So now that's exactly what they're doing. They're using X-ray and lasers to burn. And that's why with lithography, you could only get down to certain sizes, certain widths of transistors, or the smallest required size. I can't remember the term for that. But when it says like a 6 nanometer chip or whatever, that's what they're talking about. But now, using the method you're talking about, they can get currently the smallest possible mark is 0.7 nanometers, which is pretty freaking amazing. So that it's now that we've got very, very tight control over our optics, they're not doing the same thing. They still can. They can use this old technology to bust out billions of NAND chips, and RAM could be pennies. It's definitely below that. It's 0.7 nanometer. I think this is 50 nanometer. I think they're at 0.7. 0.7. Let me check. Yeah, 50's big. And still thinking, maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. They probably can't build those. What if a flood destroys it all? Then it's all gone. They were picometers now. Yeah, it'd be 700 picometers. Like 6 atoms. Yeah, indeed. Almost also vanadium in that. 50 nanometers photolithography. Oh, man, that's what this probably is. Yeah. Yes, IBM announced its first sub 1 nanometer 0.77 angstrom, so 7 atoms wide, chip on June 25th, 2026. Yeah, nanostack 3D transistor architecture. Nearly 100 billion transistors on a chip the size of a fingernail, double the density of the 2 nanometer prototype for logic and SRAM scaling. 50% higher performance and 70% lower energy. Yeah, it's going to get there, brother. It's going to get there. You unlocked a bed. I did. Yeah, unbelievable. Is right. Ultra thin channels, only 15 atomic layers of silicon. Yeah. Albany, New York research facility. So we're still making strides. IBM is still making strides here in America. And angstrom is 10 to the 10 to the negative 10, which could be some number of atoms depending on that. But I think I thought one atom of silicon is 1 angstrom. Am I incorrect about that? Technology. Which elements are 1 angstrom per atom? Yeah, sulfur. Oh, no, phosphorus, sulfur, and chlorine. You know, silicon's 1.1. My apologies. Silicon's 1.1. So it's about 1 to 1, especially at those levels. Data search itself, private manufacturers of microprocessors. He says, "Oh lol, brah, because you don't do that, brah, because you don't do that." What? Yeah.
The first is etching. Etchers use either corrosive chemicals or high-energy plasmas to react with and remove materials from the surface of the wafer. They're typically used with the mask layer stencil in order to remove the material exposed by the mask, thus creating a hole.
Yeah, they're getting small. Well, you can't really go below 1 angstrom because that's just 1 atom between another atom, and you've got the uncertainty about where the electron is. Unless they're wrong about that. I guess we'll find out. Right? So maybe physics will need to be rewritten. Once we're able to actually make 1 angstrom chasms, we'll know if nothing works. Because it should act the same. At 1 angstrom, it should act the same as 0 angstroms if we're correct about the uncertainty principle for the electron. Because then it will be hitting, if you have a copper trace here and a copper trace here, and then your silicon here, then the atom would hit the other traces, so you wouldn't have a direct circuit. You'd have short circuits of atoms. They also produce various types of processors, including embedded processors, media processors, digital signal processors. That's what I was wondering. How do they resolve tunneling? They might have been wrong. That's, how would you know you're wrong unless you can test it? How would you know you're wrong unless you can test it? And this is the thing about popular science. We don't know. Somebody said it, and it says, okay, it seems like it makes sense until you can actually test it. And then when you test it, like, oh, we were wrong about that. We'll see. Right? 25 nanometer used to be the limit because tunneling would occur. Yeah, so now they're way below that. They're at 700 picometers. The only problem is electrons disappears. Right. Yeah. Yep. Now we're headed to quantum tech. I just copied and pasted. That's all right. Must be materials that chase as a semiconductor. Yeah. Well, we're gonna get some sort of reason out of it. I'm sure, but yeah.
That can be later filled by a deposition tool. The second method to remove material is CMP, which is chemical mechanical planarization.
You can't get to 1 angstrom because silicon's 1.1. So it's got to be bigger than that. because silicon's 1.1. So you can't ever get to 1, theoretically, because there wouldn't be any silicon there next to it. If you try to burn off one row of atoms, you would hit the row next to it. If the beam was 1 angstrom, you would hit the. Oh no, I'm doing it backwards. No, yes. You would still have an overlap. I guess we're gonna find out.
CMP applies slurry and uses abrasive pads to grind and polish away the top surface of the wafer,
this is
making
the most
it
amazing
perfectly
part.
flat.
This is the most amazing part, that they can actually do physical processes like grinding to get just a couple of atoms off and not go to, maybe they fill their layers enough that for that tolerance. I'm sure they do. We're talking about quantum stuff, Dr. Wiener.
CMP levels off the top layers of the wafer and is typically used as the last step in a cycle of processes in order to prepare the wafer for another layer to be added. The fourth category are tools that modify the silicon and are called ion implanters. These tools use the photomask stencil to bombard the unmasked regions with phosphor, boron, or other elements in order to make the P and the N regions required to form the transistors themselves.
PN junctions.
Therefore, ion implanters are only used in the front end of line. You might think that this is adding material. However, ion implanters only add around 1 atom of phosphor or boron for every 10,000 atoms of silicon. Additionally, while other machines spray paint a layer on top of the wafer, ion implanters hurl atoms deep into the silicon lattice, kind of like a cannon launching a baseball 6 feet into a concrete wall. This process typically damages the silicon lattice, which is why the following step is to repair the silicon by heating the wafer using a separate tool called an annealer. The fifth category of tools are used to clean and remove any contaminants or particles from the wafer. These wafer washers use ultra-pure water to clean the wafer and then dry it with nitrogen or hot isopropyl alcohol. Cleaning the wafer happens rather frequently in order to remove any stray particles that may have fallen onto the wafer. And finally,
Intel's biggest unboxing video is ASML $380 million high NA. Am I missing something here? Look out, lithography machines installed in Oregon Fab, 250 boxes. NA. Are mine and caveman compared to people? We are mine and caveman people compared to the people that, yes, we are. And dude, this was done decades ago. They've been doing this since the 70s. 50 years ago.
Are tools that inspect the transistors and metal layers for defects.
The same processes, but just on a larger level. Like, you know, back when it wasn't even nanometers back then. It was micrometers. Let's see, the 8086, right? Or 8084, 8086. How many nanometers was the 8086 processor? 3.2 micrometers. So that's 3,200 nanometers. 3,000 nanometer, 3.2 micrometer, yeah. It contained 29,000 transistors. Current advanced processes use 2 to 3 and pack 50 billion into a smaller space. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, nano, yeah. Unbelievable what's happened to them, too. Actually, Unboxed was 2 years ago. Okay.
And are called metrology tools. A common metrology tool uses a scanning electron microscope with nanometer-level resolution to take pictures of the top surface of the wafer and determine if there are defects such as improperly patterned layers or particles on the surface. When fabricating an integrated circuit that takes 3 months to complete, it's important to repeatedly monitor the progress and make sure that each of the processes is being executed with nanometer-level precision.
You call it AARPTW.
Now that we've covered each of the categories, here are the color-coded process steps, along with the layout of the tools in the semiconductor fabrication plant. Let's run through the complete set of steps used to manufacture a single metal interconnect layer. First, a layer of insulating silicon dioxide is deposited onto the wafer. Next, photoresist is spread across the surface and the wafer is sent through a soft bake to remove the solvent. The wafer then travels to the photolithography tool, where the design from the photomask is transferred to each of the chips on the wafer by weakening the areas of photoresist hit by the light. The wafer next goes to the developer to wash away the sections that were hit by the light from the lithography tool, and then through a hard bake to harden the remaining photoresist. With the mask layer built, the wafer goes to an etching tool, where a plasma etcher removes a vertical column through the exposed silicon dioxide until it reaches the previous layer's metal vias. Next, the wafer is sent to a photoresist stripper, where the mask layer is removed. The wafer then travels to a physical vapor deposition tool, where a sequence of metals fills in the exposed pattern and coats the wafer in metal. Finally, the wafer is sent to a chemical-mechanical planarization tool, where the metal is ground down so that all that remains is a flat layer of insulating silicon dioxide and conductive copper interconnect.
I want to know what they're using to grind away atoms. Like, what would you use? You're not using freaking 5 million grit sandpaper. I guess you could use anything. I guess you could use, I mean, I guess you could use freaking just something just metal, just flat iron spinning, or what? I mean, I guess you don't want anything to grow on the iron, so it could be, I wish they would get into that. I would like to know what they're using that's that flat, because it can't have grit on it. It's got to be, because it would destroy too much, and it would be such a random pattern. You wouldn't get a guaranteed smooth across the entire 300 millimeter disc.
Almost that match the pattern from the photomask. A single metal layer is now completed,
laser probably.
And the wafer is ready.
No. They use this here is a physical process. They use an actual device that spins. But like, what are they using as the medium to keep it smooth? It's a polishing head. But they're taking away just a few atoms, and you don't want to go 6 atoms too deep. So it's got to be like, they use shoes. You know what they use? Definitely not shoes. No, it's not. No, it's physical. It's not laser. It's, what did they call it? Let me see what he called it. Hold on.
So that all that remains, planarization tool.
Wafer planarization. What material is used for wafer planarization and silicon chip production? Is a chemical mechanical planarization, nanoscale abrasives, colloidal silica, or fumed Sierra, suspended in a liquid slurry, polyurethane polishing pad, and chemically smooth wafer surface. Yeah, they're showing us graphics of it. I want to see what the freaking machine looks like. Yeah, here it is right here. Here it is right here. So that's what they're doing to remove a couple of atoms of copper or whatever. Yeah, not shoes. That's insanity.
Where the metal is ground down so that all that remains is a flat layer of insulating silicon dioxide and conductive copper interconnects that match the pattern from the photomask. A single metal layer is now completed, and the wafer is ready for the next cycle to begin.
Well, this is old, but they still... You have to know when to stop cutting. And these measurements, I guess they're using freaking laser interferometers or whatever.
Silicon dioxide in the vias will be added. Note that cleaning and wafer metrology or inspection steps occur in between many of these other steps. Furthermore, the process steps to make the transistors are less straightforward and utilize the ion implanter, and thus we'll cover them in a...
These aren't quantum computers. These are normal silicon chips that are in your computer. What up, Enviro?
Separate video on transistor physics and design. These steps are for building the integrated circuit on the wafer. However, there are additional steps in manufacturing a microchip, which we'll explore in a little bit. But before we get there, one important thing to note is that the semiconductor industry is incredibly secretive regarding the exact tool layout and the process steps and recipes used to make the transistors.
That's an expensive
We
building.
wanted to make the best video on how microchips are made, and it took us 180 hours of scouring the internet and textbooks for information and reference images. And, using what we found, we spent 205 hours modeling each of these tools, the many layers of the integrated circuit, and the semiconductor fab. Furthermore, writing the script took about 100 hours, and then animating all these visuals took more than 825 hours. As a result, this video took over 1,300 hours to make, and it's entirely free to watch. We want to make more videos like this one, where we explore computer architecture and how transistors work, and we can't do it without your help. The best way you can help is by taking a few seconds to scroll down, write a comment below, like this video, subscribe if you haven't already, and then share this video on social media or send it to a friend or colleague.
9:33 p.m., 17:33 here in
Truly,
Georgia.
just a few seconds of your time helps far more than you think. Additionally, we have a Patreon page where we'll be releasing behind-the-scenes footage of our work and updates for upcoming videos.
As a noob, I still don't
If you
understand.
find what we do useful, we would appreciate any support. Thank you. So then, what are the additional steps in manufacturing a microchip? Before chip manufacturing at the fab, we first have to manufacture the silicon wafers by refining quartzite into pure silicon, and then growing a monocrystalline ingot and cutting it into wafers. For reference, these 300 millimeter wafers are around 3/4 of a millimeter thick. They have a barcode on the side and a small notch in them to indicate the direction of the crystal lattice. Furthermore, these wafers are incredibly delicate and shatter into hundreds of shards when broken. A single wafer costs around $100, but after being populated with CPUs, it's worth closer to $100,000, making it quite literally 10 times more valuable than its weight in gold. Moving on to the steps after chip manufacturing. The completed wafer is sent to a separate building where each of the CPUs undergoes rigorous testing to figure out if it works as intended. If a CPU works, that's great. But frequently, a particle or photomass defect has damaged a section of the integrated circuit, rendering that section defective. These semi-functional circuits are then categorized or binned based on what still works. These Intel 13th Gen processors are sold...
So the only difference between an i9, an i7, i5, and i3 is what parts are dirty on the inside? No way. And can some be more damaged than others?
As an i9, i7, i5, or i3, depending on how many cores are functional with different product lines of CPUs whose onboard integrated graphics sections are defective. These wafers are transported to another building where the chips are cut out using a laser. flipped over and placed on an interposer, which distributes the connection points to a printed circuit board, while a protective heat-conductive cover is placed on the back side. The printed circuit board holds the landing grid array that interfaces with the motherboard, as well as various electrical components.
Decoupling capacitors.
Next, an integrated heat spreader is mounted on top, and the entire assembly is tested one last time before being packaged for sale. Finally, the CPU is now ready to be mounted onto the motherboard and installed into your desktop computer. It's important to understand that chip manufacturing requires an incredible amount of...
That's so crazy that the difference is just what didn't get damaged through the process.
Science and engineering, and there's a free and easy way to learn the basic principles inside each of these complex tools. And that's with this video's sponsor, Brilliant.org.
All right, well, we get it. That's pretty crazy. It's definitely alien technology, dude. It's definitely, especially what they're doing now, the 7.7 nanometer, 700 picometer. And yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. All right, let's see. We'll do something else now. Who's got a topic? Yeah, it's definitely alien. It's definitely alien. We're shooting freaking atoms through silicon dioxide. Hi, I'm silicon dioxide. All right. Uh-oh. Oh, it says question. They just published his eulogy? Oh, hold on. What?
Breaking news, a very reputable publication in Washington, D.C. just published Mitch McConnell's eulogy, as though Mitch McConnell has died. And while it seems like an error, perhaps, some type of mistake, they already had it pre-written. Has the whole do not use. A look back at Mitch McConnell's time in the Senate.
Mainly because I stream all night with you guys, and people give me all kinds of wackadoo stuff to look up, so my whole freaking...
You can see it right here in the Internet Archive. This from The Hill, one of the premier publications for inside Washington, D.C. And this happens sometimes where people get trigger happy and they publish something that they had pre-written, or perhaps they're publishing early before an embargo breaks. Has Mitch McConnell died? That is my question. We're hearing reports that Mitch McConnell is brain dead in the hospital and is no longer with us. While we don't know if he's on this mortal plane.
Come on, Benny.
That's what we are hearing from some very high-level people inside of the government and inside of the Trump White House. And so what's going to happen next? This is the last time we saw Mitch McConnell alive. The last time we saw Mitch McConnell alive, he couldn't even finish chairing his own committee meeting. He was humiliated by his own staffer. His lips were purple.
Wrap up after.
Cold here.
You can see the blood vessels had burst under his eyes.
Dude.
He had no blood circulation. He had to be told by staffers what to do.
So suffocated. Said
Listen to that.
Oh,
yeah.
Dude.
What is that? That's not a human noise.
Obviously, there's not a whole lot of time for a second round. So
slurring his words, and then Mitch McConnell gets up in the middle of the hearing and runs away, just like Joe Biden used to do. What happened later that day? Mitch McConnell is walking by himself down a hallway and then just collapses. Nobody touches him. Nobody scares him. He just falls over. What is that? It's blood loss. Looks like he's having a cardiac arrest there. We know that he had a cardiac arrest and was taken to the hospital totally unresponsive.
So you have to understand American politics. There's Republicans and Democrats, and there's rhinos and dinos. So rhinos are Republicans in name only, R-I-N-O. So they're Republicans that vote with the Democrats. And so Mitch McConnell is what they call a rhino. So he doesn't do what Trump wants him to do. And if he dies, then he's going to be replaced with somebody that Trump wants in place. And then the things that the Democrats were trying to not get past currently, which is the Save America Act, which is basically, from what I understand, it requires citizens only to vote. Like, you have to show proof of citizenship to vote in American elections. Mitch McConnell doesn't want to pass that. So 2 weeks ago, is last time he showed up to work. And a couple of days ago, a reporter found the 911 call saying that there's somebody here who's unresponsive and we need advanced life support. And then his wife, 3 days later, flew to China to meet with China's vice president. And I think she's still there. So if he dies, then there's only one other person, I believe, in the Democrat Party that's still voting with the Democrats and won't vote along with the Republicans. And so the theory is, if he dies, somebody else gets his place that will vote with the Republicans. And that's the theory. Ask AI how it sanded. All right, we'll check that out. AI, well, colloidal silver has been used to develop film. Yeah, I actually have some colloidal silver here. I got some right here. Last summer's first he started in the pan. Yeah, he's not doing good. She always in China, something bad happens. Okay, let's see. Ask AI. Okay, where was it at? Let's see here. Oops. All right. Let's see. Gold and silver pawn shop. I got it. I don't play around. I know what's good for my human organism. Okay. Chemical mechanical polishing. All right. Slurry. CMP slurry, a colloidal suspension of nano-sized abrasive particles, chemically active liquid, acidic or basic, with additives like oxidizers, surfactants, and stabilizers. Colloidal silica is most commonly standard for, so they use silicon dioxide to grind it down. The dielectric layers are 50 to 250 nanometers. I would never let my kids alone with Mitch McConnell and Lindsey Graham. No, dude. I've heard of colloidal gold, but I don't know. I don't know anybody that uses it. It doesn't have the same chemical properties as colloidal silver. Lasers are the best measuring device I know of. Yeah, it's got to be what it is. Gotta be what it is. I use the same exact colloidal silver brand. Yeah, it's great stuff. It's great. I tell you what, you ever have a sinus infection? Done. It's done in like a day. I'm sure you can make colloidal gold as easy with silver. It's still very easy to VIG. Okay, let's say alumina. Okay, alumina is what. Okay, so they use alumina or cerium dioxide. It is preferred to for oxide STI shallow trench isolation due to its higher sense selectivity. Alumina for metals like tungsten or harder metals. All right, let's see if we can find a video of it. Chemical mechanical planarization. All right, let's see if we can find a video of it. Okay, here you go. Make it. Okay, it's easy to make. Yeah, it's easy to make. Yeah, sure. Colloidal gold is something to the brain. Anti-inflammatory. Yeah, oh no, it's anti-inflammatory. It does have good properties, but silver is more geez, what's the term? Can't remember the term. What silver does to bacteria. Can't remember the term. You like hear something funny? If gold's burned, it seemed to be the fools, the Anunnaki. Those ashes are called the food of the gods.
Hello, everyone. My name is Professor Polish, and in this section, I'll be giving you an overview on chemical mechanical planarization.
What a freaking banana!
Why it is so critical.
Colloidal gold helps with brain conductivity. Silver's more conductive than gold, but nano gold might be able to pass the blood-brain barrier better than silver, so that kind of makes sense.
CMP, chemical mechanical planarization, is used to improve performance and cut costs of semiconductors. It is necessary to make the transistors and interconnects smaller and smaller with each new generation of chip. CMP is a precision polishing process that allows
Man, I wonder why they filmed it like this.
Devices by making the wafer
Silver doesn't cross
flat,
right.
smooth, and flawless.
I'm smart.
CMP is one of the most
how are you going to go from, oh, I'm not a doctor, get a blood test to make a definite statements like that? What are you talking about?
CMP is repeated several times.
What are you? It's making a statement like what? That's the science behind it. That's the physics.
Throughout the overall manufacturing sequence, since the device is built up in layers. So, let's get a little more into the details of CMP. Here is a schematic of the key elements in the CMP process. There is a tool that costs millions of dollars, usually manufactured by Applied Materials or Ibarra. The job of the tool is to precisely hold and press and slide and spin the wafer face down on a polishing pad that is also rotating. The pad is made of a special foam and is highly engineered. And there is slurry, basically pure water containing polishing compounds that is dispensed.
I want to see a real one. Come on.
We're going to learn a lot more about slurries and pad later. This will
give
you some
idea there it is.
Of the size of the tool. It has a pretty big footprint and operates in a clean room where the air is filtered and completely changed out 6 times a minute, leaving less than 1 dust particle in a cubic meter of air.
One dust particle in a cubic meter
cause big problems with chip yield. If the final chip sells for $100, you would not want a speck of dust to ruin its performance. CMP engineers develop the polishing process. They select the slurry and pad to match their wafer materials and design. They adjust process parameters such as slurry flow rate and rotation speed, downforce pressure.
Ash's gold seemed to be like so nutritious, like kind of they could go survive 3 months with a few grams. I cannot remember where I found that info.
CMP is so complicated that this is often the case. As you are probably beginning to see from the images already, there are a lot of moving parts to CMP, and they are highly interdependent. It's not easy to get them to all work well together, and it is extremely important and mission critical to the fabs that produce the chips. But actually, despite the challenges CMP poses, we at Cabot Microelectronics consider it a privilege and an opportunity to make an important difference to our customers and to really differentiate from our competitors. One way to boost performance of semiconductors is to use special materials that have
I was hoping to see a video of this working.
Thermal properties. With each new generation of chips, we see advances in materials and designs.
Find that.
Each new material and design requires a customized polishing solution, often a unique pad, slurry, and process. That is why we have to invest so
they don't
much
have
of our
any video of this. So that's how it works. That's how it works. All right. All right, let's see. Let's see. All right, chaos in Newport Beach, state of emergency. Inside Tesla's Gigafactory. Trump was right. Navy says goodbye at sea. I climbed inside 22 tons of medieval destruction. Semiconductor technology in 2011. The AK-47 myth. The oxides. Oh, okay. So still showing. Crazy to see this guy turn in my age. Uh-oh. He just destroyed his life. NVA issue. Einset Gonytar resupply pack. Uh-oh. How drone shows work. Let's see what we're going to do next. Not meant, know what you mean, but I was talking about you. Talk about me. That's fine. Stories behind everything. eukaryotic transcription. That's too long. I don't have that much time left in the day. This is pretty crazy. I saw this. This is a flying umbrella, autonomous drone umbrella that just follows you around to keep rain off your head. It's got to be blowing water everywhere, though. Let's see. Uh-oh. What's that? The hidden science and fireworks. He already can't vote in the Senate. Mitch McConnell, he can't get there to do it. How do I wake up lately? How do I wake up lately every day around 3 a.m.? Because I'm online. Bam. All right, let's see. Inside the world's deadliest kung fu school. Why are we so good at folding proteins? The day America rescued my family from an African hellhole. 50 million tons of iron ore. Uh-oh. Looks like Graham Plattner's out. That means it's going to be a Republican in there. 100-year-old Dick Van Dyke. Is he still alive? Do we want to see how MRIs work?
You are probably familiar with magnetic resonance imaging machines, either through the claustrophobic sensation of being inside of one, or from seeing the incredibly high detail cross-sections of the human body they provide. MRIs have completely changed how we view and understand our bodies. It has never been easier to visualize organs.
This is what I don't understand about what's going on in American politics. It's like the Republicans are called Nazis, but then you've got people that represent themselves as Nazis. It's absolutely, I think it's on purpose. I think it's on purpose. I think that what's going on is they wanted a Republican in that seat, so they pushed Plattner to do it. They knew his past. Before he even ran, you think the FBI and CIA didn't know his whole past and every single letter that he's typed into the internet or his phone? And they knew it was going to be a failure for him, and it was going to guaranteed win for the Republicans. I absolutely think. No, absolutely not. They're done. Brother, listen, I worked in the movie industry until I just left. That's what I just, let's just say I retired from. And I was 100% liberal. Maybe you would find one or two conservatives. Very, very rare. They're all conservatives now. All of them. Every single person I know, 200-ish people and more, and the union is now voting Republican. And just 2 years ago, it was 100% Democrat, like blue no matter who. It's what's changed is absolutely astonishing. Well, this guy that's Scott, this guy that's was running for office in America, he got caught with a Garbenschneider, I can't remember the name of the Nazi tattoo, on his chest. And then he had like 3 women saying that he sexually assaulted them. And then so he got the tattoo covered up. And then the Democrats were like, oh, but that was his past. Like he was just a silly kid. But then people are trying to say Trump's a racist because of something he said like 20 years ago or like the 1990s, 30 years ago. And then so they're like, okay, well, how does that work? And when they were calling Trump a racist, he was still a Democrat. So it's like, nothing makes any sense. If Mitch dies, the governor of Kentucky will appoint a new senator until Kentucky can have the next. Yeah. There will be Yes, there will be someone that can be signed into for the vote. Since 1945, there are no more Nazis. Oh my God, no! It's Scott. This guy here, Graham Plattner in America, he has a Nazi tattoo on his chest, and he's running for office, so he still has one. He's not a real Nazi, but he really apparently wants to be. Yeah, we know what it is. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know anymore. I don't know anymore Democrats. And in my neighborhood, like I would say 75% of the people in my community here didn't vote for Trump, but now are not voting Democrat anymore. Could be a teenage mistake. He was in the Marines when he got it. But right, it wasn't a teenage mistake. But why didn't he get it covered up? Why didn't he get it covered up before? And the way that they found out is because he had like a dating app. He was on like Tinder or something. And they found his dating app profile, which was him in like a towel wrapped around his waist. And you could see his big tattoo on his chest. It's crazy. So they're like calling Trump a Nazi. And then this guy running for Democrat office has a Nazi tattoo, gets caught, gets it covered up, says he's sorry for his past. He used to be a womanizer. He's not anymore. And then more women are coming out saying that he sexually assaulted them. And he covered his tattoo up. So please let me be in office. And they're like, oh, it's okay. Okay, but it's not okay for anybody else. It's just crazy. They're fake Nazis. Yeah, those types. Yeah, not actual Nazis. But in America, the Democrats have been calling the Republicans Nazis for using Obama era policies like ICE and deportation. It's crazy. Everybody's crazy.
With such high detail. We can safely locate and identify tumors.
He was just trying to be cool. But the thing is, the Democrat Party in America was saying that they were anti-Nazi and that the opposing party was Nazis. That's what they were saying. And then now somebody that they were representing or was representing them ends up having a Nazi tattoo. And they're like, oh, this is his redemption arc. It's freaking crazy. It's absolutely crazy. They don't mean anything they say.
In the kidneys, brain, stomach, and pancreas, we can inject paramagnetic contrast agents into the bloodstream to locate blockages in the heart, allowing doctors to accurately implant life-saving stents to open blood vessels. A tiny keyhole surgery that patients can recover from quickly, where once dangerous open heart surgery was the only option. Magnetic resonance imaging has truly changed the nature of medical diagnosis and treatment. A technology that seems straight out of a sci-fi novel. How they work is a complete mystery to most.
Hold on, what? You want to see what we going through? My best friend on the news because we have 134 million gallons of water unaccounted for? Yeah, where's it at, babe? Because send me the link.
To unlock the power of this machine, physicists and engineers first had to discover and master the principles of quantum physics, superconducting magnets, computer science, and mathematics. This is the insane engineering of magnetic resonance imaging. The clean, futuristic white facade of an MRI machine hides a world of complicated and marvelous engineering that you may not have ever considered. Prior to their introduction to medicine, we peered inside our bodies using harmful ionizing X-rays or low-detailed ultrasounds. While incredibly useful, even to this day, these two imaging techniques pale in performance to the safe millimeter resolution of MRIs, capable of creating a 3D reconstruction of the body rather than a flat 2D image, achieving all of that without any moving parts. Imaging in medicine relies on collecting signals from the body based on the innate physical properties of tissues. Ultrasound imaging relies on how sound waves bounce off tissues of different densities. X-rays form images based on the absorption of high-energy radio frequency waves. Magnetic resonance imaging, however, relies on something far less intuitive, the quantum properties of the hydrogen atom. The human body is teeming with hydrogen atoms, located in water, carbohydrates, and proteins. To image the body, MRI machines exploit a quantum property of these hydrogen atoms, a property called spin. How it does this is a marvel of modern physics and engineering. Spin is an innate property of particles, just like mass and charge. Spin makes particles behave like tiny bar magnets. The proton inside...
Hold on, okay, let me see where I go. Channel 9 News, Anson County. Yeah, you can send links. Do you even know what the definition of fascism is? Right? Yeah, they don't know it either. Yeah, but that's what our government calls each other. They don't know what they're talking about. Bad leak. I'll send it on Discord. I can't. You can send it here, B. You can send it here. Yeah, you can send it. Yeah, you can send it. And there's 14 points of fascism. Yeah. He knows what it is. Hello from Ukraine, 5 a.m. Hey, retired internet watchers right by, he's in Netherlands, 6 hours. We get a couple of guys in here that were from Ukraine, that in the war in Ukraine, and then they went down to Venezuela. Retired, brother. How's everything going there? Retired at 50. Tidy up, you Those are my pillows. Oh, it's my shirt. Those are my pillows. Yep. One of these days, if you know what this, yeah, they know what it is. It's all right. Internet, I get it. I'm an American. Yeah, he was an American too. His name was Single Track. He was a tank operator in the Ukraine, and now he's in Venezuela. I moved to Ukraine 2 years ago. You enjoying it, brother? My ex-girl was Ukra 2 years ago. Ukraine.
The hydrogen nucleus behaves like a magnet. The orientation of its magnetic north is described probabilistically. Under normal circumstances, this probability is evenly distributed. This means the combined magnetic field of many hydrogen atoms cancels out. But this changes when the hydrogen...
Okay, let's see where we're going. All right, hold on. I was born and raised in Arizona. I'm in Georgia right now. Okay, let's see. I don't know what's going on here. Special weather alert. Where's it at? Oh, here it is. What is this?
Investigating a dire water situation. More than half of what is leaving Anson County's water treatment facility.
We had an air raid attack last night in my small town of 12,000.
And other customers.
You like that? You like it? Okay. Hopefully everything.
Valves and fire hydrants that don't work. She has learned solutions to fix them won't be easy.
Jeez, that's your drinking water and firefighting water?
Wadesboro, treated water is pouring into a creek.
That thing right there.
That thing right there. Hour south of the border.
Slava Ukraine. To know why.
There's a reason why they've got this main line.
Dude, this guy ain't got no joking line on there. I'm 2 hours from the closest McDonald's. That's anti-American.
To its municipalities and the town of Marshville in Union County. A new utilities report says Anson County treated 220 million gallons of water in May, but they've only billed for 86 million gallons. That's 134 million gallons of water that's unaccounted for.
What's up, Librado?
County commissioners' estimates, millions in wasted tax dollars.
We paid the power company to pump it up here, and so we've got a lot of money invested in that water that we're not recouping.
In fact, it's leaking on the ground right now.
Some of the water loss is coming from situations like this. Water
doing good, brother. Doing good today. Thank you, man. How about yourself?
Road. The county has confirmed multiple leaks, including several off Vintage Road.
See the water?
A number of fire hydrants are also
You
out of
gotta
service.
be kidding me.
How concerning is that to you?
Very concerning. I've got one beside my house that's inoperable.
Holly tells me he first started looking into the water issues earlier this year while running for a county commission seat. He wasn't elected, but he continues looking into complaints about the county's aging water infrastructure.
This is where your money.
2 hours from McDonald's. What a misery. I have my boy out there in damn weeds. It takes me twice as long to get a Big Mac as it does to get killed on the border.
For example, County Manager Len Sossaman says that 60-year-old water line that opened near US 74 can't be closed.
They think if they cut it off, the plant might shut down, and if it does, then it won't crank back up because they've got an old generator.
You gotta be kidding me, dude. This is a setup. This is what's going to happen. I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. They're going to have to shut it down, which is going to destroy the pumping plant, which is now going to need to be rebuilt. And one of your leaders is going to pick his buddy to do the construction to rebuild all this stuff that's probably been beat to hell. And then he's going to take them 20 months to get it all done. And it's going to go $1 billion overpriced. You watch. Oh God, it's one of my best friends, man. Shit blew my mind. He's been telling me how bad it was. Jeez.
On the county's west side is too high. A new generator would cost $500,000, which they don't have.
Well, how serious would you say the water issue is in Anson County?
We're in ICU.
We're in the ICU.
The county did
May
get a grant from
31st,
the state
59-year-old
to
man was
replace
killed by a
air
Russian
filters
drone
at its
1
water
mile
treatment
south of your
facility.
house.
That
This
project
is in North Carolina. They done shut down Rich. It's embezzlement 101. Almost went volunteer to Ukraine 5 years ago. Jeez, it's been going on that long. Yeah, 6 months, 21-year-old Russian lady was killed by a Russian drone. Jeez.
underway, but
County,
Sossaman says
North
much
Carolina.
more needs to be done.
If I had $1 billion with a B, I could probably replace this entire system or come close to it, but I don't have it.
What'd I say, $1 billion?
Yes, most definitely.
He says the cost of replacing just the filtration plant would be around $300 million. The current budget proposal recommends raising water and sewer rates by 9%. There are grants, but the county doesn't have the money to apply for them. There also isn't money to execute its capital improvement.
They have to pay. This is such a scam. The government has to pay the government to apply for a grant, and if they don't get it, that money doesn't come back.
Plan.
I'm making progress, but it's
yes, 5-6 years ago.
I need more money.
I still am. I told Charles he was wild going out there. This work clothes is bad.
That had if the county had acted years ago.
Everybody knows that Anson County has its issues. We don't need to make it harder for them and expect them now, let's say in theory, pay more.
That's B2B's boy.
Because we
second Russian bombs Kiev killed 30 civilians at 3 a.m. when they were sleeping in their apartments. Money to apply for grants to try to get money because they don't have any money. Yeah, they know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. This is the same. It's copy and paste in other states and cities. If you want to get rich while you're in office, you find a buddy that owns a company that can do this work, or you make friends with one, and you say, hey, this has probably only got about 20 years left in it. How can we speed this up to get it done in my term, to make it fail in my term so that I can get you the money, overcharge the hell for it, and then give me $10 million when I get out of office, or $3 million, or whatever. Yesterday, they bombed Kyiv and killed 27 more civilians. My girl is from the... That's my brother right there for real. I was gonna suggest a micro penis. What do you recall what music video Chevy Chase was part of? Yeah. That was what's his face with he played the flute or the recorder. If you're gonna call me out, call me out. Yeah, that's it. He was in the Ghostbusters music video? Oh, probably. I'm sure he was. He was probably in that one too. Yep.
In Anson County, Gina Esposito, Channel 9 Eyewitness News.
Now, we asked Charlotte Water about its water use. The utility said in April it had a 20% difference in the amount of water that it treated versus what it charged customers. In comparison, Anson County's difference is just about 60%.
Oops. There you go. They screwed over our county, dude. Barely have water.
Such a perfect package of we're gonna get all of your.
I am a perfect package. Barely have any water pressure now. It takes forever to shower because all this BS are water pressures. This is uncalled water. Mr. Beer Belly gets the butts away from me. I'm not paying for this stuff. They understand. They said, I understand, sir. Yeah. You're probably the 700th call that day. Subnight dream feeling. Darnell. My name is Earl.
Hydrogens are inserted into a large external magnetic field, just like the ones MRIs create.
Yeah, dude, it's so crazy because these failures have been happening. These small failures, which could have been fixed one at a time for a couple $1,000s. They wanted to replace everything. While they're in office, they want to get rich. They want to turn influence into affluence. And now they let things go to shit, or they pay people to go out and destroy stuff. Like the gangs, they pay them to go out and destroy stuff, so then they'll have to replace it, and they know that it's going to cost millions above more what it's supposed to be. They know what they're doing. It looks like it. 130 some million gallons missing, and they look at it like, well, Anson is small, so no one will ever know. Well, B2B, maybe it's time for you to run for freaking office, brother. I'll split the winnings with you.
This changes the distribution of the tiny magnets, augmenting the number of atoms aligned with the external magnetic field. This imbalance is the source of the MRI signal. We can manipulate these tiny magnets to produce signals that can be processed into images. Once the atoms are aligned in the machine's incredibly strong magnetic field, the machine gives them a tiny nudge using a magnetic radio frequency pulse. This pulse comes from this set of coils inside the machine that sends pulses by simply applying an alternating current through its coils at a very specific frequency. This nudge misaligns these hydrogen bar magnets to shift their magnetic field perpendicularly to the large magnetic field the machine is creating. Naturally, the spins want to align their orientation back to their original position, aligning with the machine's magnetic field. But they don't fall back immediately. They decay in a spiraling motion. This decay causes a changing magnetic field, and by placing a coil of wire nearby, this changing magnetic field can induce currents that can be read as a clear signal. MRI machines can use the same coils to send.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy that they won't allow it to try. But I mean, you figure somebody's got to be patient number one. Charles has it on lock. I can't do politics. I'd rather black someone's eye. So just let it be professional. Charles Smith soon. Have you spoke to Philip Inner? Magnetic pulse radio frequency. That's what you forgot. What do you think when someone said this? They could test it. Yeah, right. Yeah. That's very informative video. Kudos to the producers. Yeah, it's doing good. And it's deep. They steal electrons from him. They stole the elections. Go for because they know. Listen, when you have people go around the country finding infrastructure that's going to fail, and then they make sure that they can get people into office, they pay because they know that if they can help infrastructure fail quicker while someone's in office, they can get that grab, they can get that deal. And then you can make millions of dollars off of it. And then you just travel around and say, hey, you want to run for office? And if you're working with the gangs, a lot of the gangs are who's doing the mail-in ballots because light is possible. It's light. Yes. Yeah. All in cahoots. British cigarettes. Gotcha.
And the nudge pulses and to read the signal from the body.
Yeah, absolutely.
These coils are placed here as close to the patient as possible, but still inside the MRI tube. For higher contrast and resolution, some machines use separate coils to transmit pulses and to receive the signal. This allows the receiver coils, like these, to be placed much closer to the body, maximizing the strength of the signal. We can increase the number of hydrogens aligning with the external magnetic field by increasing the strength of the external magnetic field. In turn, the hydrogen magnet can induce a larger current as it spirals back. So, by simply increasing the strength of the MRI's field, we increase the strength of the signal collected,
you can be
and
my
therefore
bodyguard.
improve the image quality. Common MRI field strengths are 1.5 to 3 Tesla, around 300,000 times stronger than 65? The Earth's magnetic field, and 30,000 times.
They hate him for being cool with the gangs. Last 2 elections, he lost to the town manager because they hated his friend. Said he's enabling gangs this day.
Times stronger than your common fridge magnet. You absolutely do not want anything ferrous around these machines during operation. A field this strong can lift nearby wheelchairs straight off the ground. For research purposes, MRIs can produce even higher magnetic fields, up to 20 Teslas. Achieving this intense magnetic field comes as no easy feat. Early MRIs used permanent magnets as their source of the main magnetic field, but only reached strengths of 0.5 Tesla. Limiting the resolution of the machines. Electromagnets can be used to reach stronger magnetic fields, but standard electromagnets can't produce a 1.5 Tesla field. Higher magnetic fields require higher electric currents that would melt ordinary wires. To achieve larger currents in the wires, engineers required superconducting coils. Superconductors are another sci-fi technology.
They use
temperature affects all metallic conductors, with resistance gradually lowering with temperature. But superconducting materials are special in that their resistance drops to 0 at temperatures close to -273 degrees Celsius, or absolute zero. In theory, when this happens, an electric current could travel in a loop of superconducting material indefinitely, never needing a power source. In reality,
they hate that he's our friend. I have words. The boy really loves our county, and he would make a difference, and he loses because he all cool with be the big Keith and them. Hey, brother, hey, they don't want that. They want you to be in line, stand in line with stay in lockstep with their party.
This means that the main superconducting coil in MRIs does not consume any power directly. Rather, the main consumption of energy is just to keep the coil cooled down, so the current will travel endlessly, leaving the MRI magnet permanently on. The energy needed to run an MRI for a full year is equivalent to 25 four-person households, around 130,000 to 140,000 kilowatt hours per year. The most common superconducting material in MRIs is niobium titanium. The demand for high-resolution images is so large that 80% of all the niobium titanium we extract from the Earth goes into MRI machines. To achieve the incredibly low temperatures needed for superconductivity, we need a very cold refrigerant.
Liquid helium.
Early MRI machines used to submerge their superconducting wires in a bath of liquid helium, pouring 1,000 liters of liquid helium at minus 269 degrees Celsius into the machine to cool the superconducting coil as close to absolute zero as possible. This evaporated the helium, allowing it to escape the machine as a gas, meaning early MRI machines required regular refillings of liquid helium. Even though helium is an incredibly common gas in the universe, it is so light that it can escape our atmosphere into space. We extract helium from underground gas caverns, where it accumulated as a byproduct of uranium and thorium radioactive decay. But once we allow the helium to escape into the atmosphere, it is gone for good, floating to the top of our atmosphere and gradually being blown into space by solar winds. We will eventually run out of natural helium. This method of cooling was costly and unsustainable, costing up to $26,000 per year in helium refills. To avoid this refilling problem, modern MRI machines use a vacuum-sealed chamber that holds the liquid helium without letting it evaporate. This eliminates the need for refilling and minimizes the cost of operation. These so-called zero boil-off machines are now the norm in MRI technology. They use an electric refrigerant cycle like the one in your fridge, but on steroids. This cycle keeps the helium in its liquid phase and keeps the magnets cool enough to maintain them in their superconducting state. Now that we know why and how hydrogen atoms are aligned, we need a way to turn that information into an image, and to do that, we need to know the physical location of the hydrogen atoms.
He said, Brandon, I spent 45 cases in my yard. I have spent 45 cases. I spent 45 cases in my yard. I think they're trying to scare me. Oh, they weren't his. Will you come and stay with me for a few days? Jeez, that's crazy.
Recall that MRIs detect signals from the spiral decay pattern of hydrogens after they've been nudged. These spirals decay with a unique rotational frequency. Interestingly, this is the only frequency that can nudge the hydrogens too. Luckily, rotational frequency is dependent on something we control, the magnetic field strength. For example, hydrogen resonates at 64 megahertz at 1.5 Tesla.
The mob. That's who does that. The mob.
And at 128 megahertz at 3 Tesla. This means the atoms in a weaker magnetic field will rotate slower, while atoms in a stronger field will rotate faster. To nudge these atoms, we also need a radio frequency wave at 64 megahertz or 128 megahertz. We can use this to our advantage to image individual slices. If we apply a gradient to the magnetic field strength, we can selectively nudge atoms along the gradient by applying the corresponding frequency. This gradient is applied precisely using a separate set of regular electromagnets, aptly named gradient coils. To image a slice near the weaker end of the tube, the machine sends a nudging pulse centered at the lower rotational frequency, say 63.
Did they get the fingerprints from the shell casings? Yeah, more frequencies. Rich is a lot, bro. I've got a career with the state and good with political career, so he calls me, boy, his 3-year-old up there. Like, yeah. Space Ace T, Space Ace T.
3.998 megahertz, and to image a slice on the other end of the tube, the pulse is centered at 64.002 megahertz. This still feels like magic. It's not terribly obvious how detecting the decay from the spiraling hydrogen atoms can create images. The receiving coil can only measure the sum of all of these spiraling decays. We need a way of processing the signal to create an image. Let's start by understanding how to get contrast between tissues before delving deeper into the technologies used to actually form images. We need a way of identifying different kinds of tissues to form an image. To do that, we need to contrast the tissues using two different signal types. The first one deals with how quickly atoms realign themselves with the large magnetic field.
Yeah, it's called a notch filter. That's right. That's called a notch filter. Yeah, there's only enough space for the one of us. They were old casings. They were just threw out into his yard. Some of that kind of life calls us out. They just probably drove by and threw a handful out the window. Not often you do it. Yeah, hey, Rich, I'll see you. Okay, all right.
After a nudging pulse, this is called T1 relaxation. The second measure comes from the physical reality of interaction between hydrogens. The atoms do not realign with the magnetic field uniformly. In tissue, hydrogens interact with each other and with their surroundings. Right after the nudging pulse is sent, the small interactions cause the spins to fall out of uniformity. Since the coil can only measure the sum of all of these spiral decays, then the falling out of order would create a decaying signal. This is called T2 decay. Importantly, the two rates are not equal, and even more important, they are dependent on the tissue. Hydrogens in fat have different intrinsic characteristics and interactions than hydrogens in water. This difference is what lets technicians contrast the tissues. We can emphasize the T1 signal by sending pulses rapidly and listening to the signal immediately, as the dephasing effects of T2 do not have enough time to take place. We can emphasize T2 by sending pulses slowly and listening for longer, allowing the dephasing to occur. Just like a photographer can play with camera settings to take pictures of either the bright sky or a dim environment, MRI technicians can also play with two settings to take images of contrasting tissues.
China treated their children with ADHD? I know you said one of those B12. Methylfolate. Yeah. Let's see if I can find it. Dove. Yeah, it's right here. I think this is the paper right here. Yeah. B12 methylfolate. Demographics: 139 adolescent outpatients with anxiety or depressive symptoms, neurology, psychology, and basically, yeah, they use methylfolate and vitamin B12. Vitamin B12 deficiency and B12 status in the and folate deficiency and elevated. The relationship between B12 folate and inflammatory markers and severity of anxiety or depressive symptoms. Correlation between B12 folate and level severity of each for anxiety and depression. Vitamin B12s were weakly negatively correlated. And then the correlation between mediators of severity of symptoms showed a correlation, blah, 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 blah. Let's see if I can get to the discussion. The present study showed the prevalence of vitamin B12 and folate deficiency, respectively, in adolescents with anxiety or depressive symptoms. Lower vitamin B12 levels were correlated with a higher risk for severe anxiety and depressive symptoms. Some of the symptoms depressing weakly correlated with B12 and folate. So these results clearly imitable. However, B12 folate levels are not significant. Okay, so let me get to the point. Some studies show there's correlations between B12 folate levels in general groups of the population with patients. We also provide they decreased the control levels after initial treatment with vitamin B12 and gastronide rats and levels of cerebrospinal fluid gastro. So it suggested that vitamin B12 was negatively correlated with adolescent girls, which means the lower the level of B12, the more anxiety they got. The exact number of the mechanism remains to be explored. Okay, where we go? Conclusion. Above all conclusions, the study follows prevalence of vitamin B12 and folate deficiency in adolescents with anxiety or depressive symptoms. Secondly, lower vitamin B12 levels are correlated with a high risk of severe anxiety and depression symptoms. The severe some symptoms of anxiety and depression were weakly correlated with 12 folate. B12 and folate levels not associated with inflammatory mediators. So it didn't cause inflammation. So it was something else causing the anxiety. It wasn't inflammation causing it. It wasn't the B12, the lack of B12 causing inflammation. So something else using B12 and folate helped correct the depression and anxiety. Yeah. Anyway, yeah.
Time between pulse repetition and how long to wait to listen for a signal.
Sparkle, thank you
These two
very
parameters
much.
are chosen by the technician each time an MRI is performed, and they choose them depending on what the doctor would like to image. For example, T1 is used to image fatty tissue.
Bald means no hair. Bold means directly. Bald. What are we speaking about? That was that right there was a study about vitamin B12 and methylfolate and anxiety and depression in teens. Anxiety is also cured by cabbage because it has spores of cyanide. We'll look it up next. Philippines ball we can play. Yeah. But what did I miss? I was putting Felipe in his ball so we could play. This right here is about how MRIs work. Magnetic resonant imaging works to see inside your body.
Tissues while suppressing the signal from water. But maybe the doctor wants to assess the cerebral spinal fluid in the spine or the brain, and for that, T2 signals are emphasized to enhance the signal from water-based fluids. Remember, the signal is collected as a sum from a singular slice. The machine needs to form a 2D image of each slice. There is one extra layer of complexity, since the receiver coil can only measure the sum of the signals from all the decaying hydrogens in the slice. This is yet another story where old mathematic discoveries guide modern technology. In 1822, Joseph Fourier created a mathematical framework that deconstructs complex waves into simple additions of simpler waves.
Fourier transformed.
This framework can be extended to 2D grayscale geometries, just like a musical melody can be simplified into additions of simpler notes. Any image can be deconstructed into a weighted average of simpler black and white stripes. This is what MRIs use to create images. Instead of sampling individual pixels, MRIs sample different striped patterns. In reality, what does this mean for the spinning hydrogens? What is the physical representation of these patterns? It is easier if we imagine the slice as a grid of rotating hydrogens, where we color the phase of the atoms in grayscale.
Complex.
When rotating in unison, the grid is all white, and atoms rotating 180 degrees out of phase are colored black. MRIs exploit this to physically create the striped patterns needed for the Fourier analysis. Using another set of gradient coils, MRIs precisely change the phase of rotating hydrogens to create striped patterns. By controlling how long the Y and X gradients are turned on, the MRIs can create patterns in all directions and frequencies. Slowly, the machine starts to imprint all the patterns with different frequencies and orientations to sample their relative strengths in physical space. And slowly, by adding more and more patterns, the image starts to emerge. This is what forms the image for each 2D slice. Then, the machine goes on to the next slice of the body and starts the process all over again. Turning on and off the coils inside a magnetic field might sound familiar if you've ever played with a speaker. They're basically doing the same thing. Gradient coils rapidly turning on and off are the source of the loud clunking sounds in MRIs. MRIs are constantly evolving, and the core technology is starting to branch off. Researchers want the highest resolution and strive to increase the strength of the magnets, while some hospitals and companies are making them smaller and cheaper, as more practical and cheap MRIs are incredibly useful in the field. It's hard to fathom the complexity of all these systems, from superconducting wires to vacuum-sealed helium reserves to rapidly changing magnetic gradients. And it's even more incredible to think of the first people who figured out how to combine these technologies together to peer into our bodies. This intricate dance of quantum physics and carefully manipulated gradients has allowed MRIs to change the world of medicine. The MRI machine is a truly astounding piece of electronic technology, and developing something this complicated would simply not be possible without diagnostic tools like those created by Keysight. Keysight put the very best electronic measurement and testing tools into engineers' hands, and are holding another virtual event for engineers on May 16th. This fantastic free event is a rare opportunity to learn about electronics from experts. This event will explore performance of batteries, DC to DC conversions, and Internet of Things devices using live experiments, like testing different battery models at different temperatures to see how that affects device runtimes, and testing DC to DC converter performances. This isn't just a live video you can watch and learn from. There will be a live Q&A session too, allowing you to ask industry experts questions, an opportunity that does not come around very often. And everyone that registers for the event will be entered into a draw for Keysight's massive gear giveaway. They are giving away 20 pieces of pro-grade test gear worth over $300,000.
Dang, gotta get me some. When was that? It was 3 years ago.
These are extremely valuable professional-grade tools, and you will get an extra entry to the giveaway.
Oh, well, I guess we ain't getting that no more. That's it. That is pretty cool, though. It is pretty cool to see how that works. It takes pictures of the slices inside of your body. It's pretty amazing. Okay, let's take a look. Am I allowed to show it? Oh, yeah, we ain't showing that. Jeez. Jesus, dude. What's going on with the bed? Do you recall the first step in starting your day activities making your bed? Yeah, I did make my bed this morning. And then I took a nap. I had a screenshot because the downloaded stuff won't send. Oh, you can check. I ain't showing it, dude. No. We're not getting that stuff online. No. I got too many children watching. We ain't getting into that. Yeah, no, you're gonna put me on a freaking list. Should have watched the Misfit Minds on YouTube. Clearinghouse CDLs, get behind. Jeez. You got yourself into some crazy shit. Yeah. Man. Yeah, that can't go on. Yeah, it's deep. That's deep stuff. We ain't showing that here. Kids won't understand how to wrap their minds around it. A missile that changes directions? No way. That's freaking crazy. It's hot up here. I have to go downstairs. All right, Gramps is soft-headed. Yeah. Well, that's because you got me banned twice in 2 days. No. Just heavily political. Let's put it that way. And open usage of the N-word. Yeah. It's probably real. That's probably real. Yeah, that's probably real. Yeah. You can hear the pulse jets. But you can't really see it with the frame, but it's pulsing jets to keep itself in, so it knows where it's at. Yeah, it's real. There you go. Bam. Got some internet watcher knowing it. All right. Let's see what happened to this guy.
This self-proclaimed alpha male fitness influencer spent months claiming that this viral gym beating was just self-defense, but now he's pleaded guilty, and that's just one of the criminal cases he's currently facing.
Convicted felon Wesley Watson, known online as Wes, promotes himself as a motivational speaker and fitness influencer. Now he has another conviction on his record.
You would be adjudicated guilty, which is a criminal conviction on your record. You would be sentenced to 21 months state prison with credit for all time served, which would be followed by 7 years of probation.
Yeah, so do you remember when this was supposedly self-defense? Well, about that,
yeah.
if you watched any of my previous videos on Wes Watson, you probably remember this whole gym fight that has been dragging on for over a year at this point. Every update was basically the same story. His lawyers argued self-defense. They argued that the other guy, he came to the gym to confront Wes, and they argued that the victim was actually the aggressor. And look, whether someone, I guess, intentionally goes looking for confrontation, that's one thing. But obviously, there's a completely different way to handle that situation besides, I don't know, taking your weightlifting belt off and turning your gym into a WWE arena. But I guess after months of hearing about self-defense, we finally get a major update because Wes Watson has now pleaded guilty to aggravated battery in connection with that viral gym beating, which is a pretty significant change in the strategy. So normally, when you actually spend months telling everyone, actually, guys, I was just defending myself, this was self-defense. The next step is, you know, normally proving that in court, not walking in and saying, well, actually, never mind, I plead guilty. So that's an interesting change in stance, but also to be clear, his attorney is still arguing the man deliberately traveled from New Jersey to confront Wes because of his online fame. But we'll get into all that in a minute because it's still an important part of the story. Regardless of how the confrontation started, this case is no longer headed towards a trial over whether Wes committed aggravated battery or not. He actually admitted guilt. And now the fight isn't really about whether he did it, it's about how much prison time he's going to receive. So let's talk about what happened, why this guilty plea matters, and why this might actually be the least of Wes Watson's legal problems right now. Because unfortunately for him, he has way worse problems awaiting now. I don't even know how that's possible. But here's the quick version if you haven't been following the story up until now. So back in December 2024, Wes was actually working out in Elevation Fitness in Miami when another man by the name of Hakeem Ibrahim showed up at the gym specifically to confront him. And according to the defense, Ibrahim had flown from New Jersey because of Wes's online presence and wanted to fight. That's been the backbone of what Wes's legal strategy was from the beginning. And honestly, if somebody books a flight just to argue with an influencer at the gym, that's already one of the dumbest vacation itineraries I've heard of, but hey, here we are. I know a lot of people are going to say, wait, didn't you?
Okay, all right. My theory, my guess is that this guy was one of his investors or one of his students. Money was involved. Something was involved that Wes didn't pay back. Yeah, thank you, brother. Have a good night.
Just do that. Well, that wasn't a vacation. That was just my job. I'll leave it there. But also, I will never get physical with anything. I will just ask people questions. That's about it. Regardless, this confrontation escalated quickly, and investigators say that Ibrahim set up his phone to record the interaction, approached Wes, and at one point pushed him. Then, according to police, Wes took off his weightlifting belt and repeatedly struck him with it. Authorities also allege that after the victim went to the ground, he was punched and kicked by Wes and several other men until a gym employee stepped in to actually stop the attack. And the victim was left with a fractured face, a concussion, and other injuries. And here's where the part that I've always found very interesting about this case happened, because the entire argument has always been about what happened after that first interaction. Because obviously there's a pretty big difference between defending yourself and continuing to attack someone after the immediate threat has ended. And that's ultimately what the prosecutors believed happened here.
I don't think there was any dispute at the beginning of this that Wes was initially able to use force. The tricky part of this case is, when does that force need to be exercised and stopped? And perhaps at this point, he went a bit too far.
Perhaps? Okay, so after more than a year of this case moving through the courts, Wes has now pleaded guilty to aggravated battery instead of, I guess, taking that argument all the way to trial. And a guilty plea changes the conversation completely. So instead of asking a jury, was this self-defense, you're now standing in court admitting to guilt to aggravated battery and shifting the focus to sentencing. So for months, this case looked like it was heading towards a courtroom battle over who started the fight, whether Wes had the right to defend himself, and whether Florida's self-defense laws applied here. Now, prosecutors and the defense are negotiating over how much time Wes should spend behind bars. And I guess under a proposed plea agreement, prosecutors are recommending a sentence of 21 months in prison, with credit for the time he's currently served. And then on top of that, that's also followed by 7 years of probation and court-ordered mental health treatment. And I will have to admit, after seeing the mental health treatment part, that kind of had me stumped for a second, because what do you mean? Has he been wrong all along? Because remember, he's essentially a mental health coach, and now he needs mental health treatment. So if you've watched, like, I don't know, 5 minutes of Wes's content.
I had no idea about it. This is the first I'm hearing about it. And I'm on the internet every day.
The past couple of years, his solution to any mental health problems seemingly was wake up earlier, yell louder, and do more burpees. You just gotta be accountable of your own life and your own actions. That's essentially what he was beating into people. Clearly, he was also physically beating people. So overall, as a mental health coach and alpha male mentor, skill issue. But also, before anyone thinks, okay, 21 months in prison and thinks, okay,
Skill
well, that's
issue.
the sentence, it's not really that simple because the plea agreement includes recommendations from the prosecutors. But Wes isn't actually scheduled to be sentenced until later this month. So his attorneys are reportedly planning to continue meeting with the prosecutors in an effort to get an even shorter prison sentence before that hearing, which I have to admire the confidence because you're already looking at a deal that includes credit for the time you've spent in jail. And the response is basically, hey, can we make that prison sentence a little bit shorter, please? Like, I get it. Why not swing for the fences? But also, it's not like he's not facing any other criminal problems. Because while this case is getting a little bit closer to the finish line, Wes still has another criminal case pending in Broward County. And that's the one involving the allegations of domestic violence and along with charges including felony battery, aggravated assault, and witness tampering. And those charges are still...
I don't care how much you want to be an alpha male on the internet. Don't start using freaking steroids, especially if you're with a woman. Absolutely not. It's basically one of those people that take your money and tell you you're weak. Yeah, I've seen that. Well, toilet. Wes Wash is cool. Absolutely. He's freaking, they'll teach you. You're a piece of shit. You only stayed up for 25 hours today. Do 28. I'll tell you, it's always be poor unless you pay him. Right. And apparently he's been spending other people's money too. Yeah, boy. Yeah.
Pending, and Wes has pleaded not guilty in that case. So even if this plea agreement goes exactly the way his attorneys hope, this isn't the end of his legal problems. This is kind of like checking one thing off of that to-do list.
It's so dumb. It's so dumb how often these things turn out like this. How often you've got these meathead guys that are all whacked out on steroids and probably a bunch of other stuff. If you're willing to do steroids, you're willing to do freaking other drugs too. And he's probably drinking a lot and driving around his fancy cars and freaking on Viagra and wackadoo. And then, like, his girlfriend says, you didn't come home last night. He's like, shut up, bitch. That's probably what happened. Do you recall the last time you made a doll? I never made one. Ever. Just kidding, I never did. This guy, I told you this guy has a deep lore.
Very long to-do list. And a couple of years ago, this guy's entire brand, again, was built around telling people that he has completely turned around his life after prison. All he had to do was have a little bit of mental discipline, and he was taking these extremely expensive coaching programs and sitting on calls and also pawning off these calls, allegedly, to essentially sell people on the fact that he has the secret sauce to fixing your life and making $1 bazillion. Clearly it doesn't, and it seems like he was a grifter all along. Who would have thought? So now we're sitting here talking about multiple felony cases at the same time, and that's really not exactly that comeback story he was really selling. But there's also another side of the story that's a little bit easy to lose sight of when we spend so much time talking about court dates and plea agreements. So there's still a victim at the center of all this. So according to his attorneys, Hakeem Ibrahim suffered multiple facial fractures, injuries to his teeth and jaw, and a concussion during the attack. So following a guilty plea, attorneys representing Ibrahim released a statement calling it an important step towards accountability. They also made it clear that they're not finished because even though the criminal case is moving forward towards sentencing, the civil lawsuit against Wes Watson is still moving forward. And those two are completely different things.
Listen. How old is he? What is his name? Wes Watson, right? Wes Watson. Wes Watson. Let's see how old he is. 42. He's 42 years old. He's got Lamborghinis. He's got freaking big ass house. He's doing steroids. He's doing, guaranteed he's doing nose candy. Guaranteed he's doing something to come off the nose candy. If it's not alcohol, it's something else. So his life is like this. His freaking, his blood chemistry is like this. And then the girl says, why didn't you come home last week? I mean, it's just the same freaking thing over and over again. I get rare information from people that have been in prison since well. Uh-oh, Librado's got the inside mole. All right, let's close some of this stuff down. I don't even know where I'm at. Is this it? Yeah.
So the criminal case is about whether the state believes a crime was committed and what punishment should follow. And the civil case is about whether the victim is entitled to financial compensation for what happened.
The victim filed a civil lawsuit seeking $50,000 in damages against the gym and Watson. Today, Watson's civil attorney says this case should be dismissed.
So his guilty plea doesn't just affect what happens on July 17th. It could also become an important part on the civil case that's still working its way through the courts. And honestly, that's just another reason why guilty plea surprised me, because obviously for months this conversation was about proving this was self-defense. Like, you don't usually spend over a year saying just wait until everyone hears my side and then end the case with, well, actually I plead guilty. Something's just not adding up here. I guess he's just out of options, honestly. That's probably what's going on. Like, there are plenty of reasons why defendants accept plea deals, and I'm not going to pretend that I know exactly.
He's got a bunch of people, like he said, he's like Tozy said, people think he's got the secret sauce to a successful life, and his yes men and the people around him that are willing to give him money and whatnot are waiting for that final piece of the pie that they're missing. Because it's obvious he's got a Lamborghini, he's got this, he's got that, so he knows how to make money. He told us, oh, this, you got to start now. You got to get your mind in shape first and your body in shape first. So that's what people are going through and funding his lifestyle, waiting to finally get to the proper mental stability and physical ability to then say, okay, now where's the money part? What are you, a beta male? That's what they're doing. They're hoping they get the freaking ring. The last piece of the pie to finally, so they can all have their millions of dollars. Victor, what have I said? Jesus had reckoned me wrong. Yep. He goes to solitary alone. Well, a lot of people in there probably know who he is, like you said. And, he's Barney Badass.
Why West decided to do this. And obviously there's that other case, the one tied to the alleged domestic violence incident involving his girlfriend. So according to investigators, she suffered also visible injuries, including bruising, cuts, and an alleged assault inside of the home. So the two cases don't really prove a good track record for him. But police also allege that she was physically restrained, dragged by her hair, struck multiple times, and prevented from leaving the residence. So I mean, again, if all of this is true, the dude is a monster. So even after this guilty plea, his legal troubles are way far from over. In fact, the Broward County case could end up being a way bigger case. But for now, all eyes, I guess, are on the sentencing hearing. So if a judge accepts the recommended deal, again, West is expected to receive 21
I'm surprised it's only 50 grand.
months in prison, with credit for time he's already served.
Probably because he started the fight. That's probably why it's only 50 grand. So it's probably just hospital bills.
Followed by 7 years of probation and a court-ordered mental health treatment. But again, shout out to John Bravo for breaking this and being an extremely good source to the whole story. And it'll definitely be...
Damn, there you go. All right, let's see. YouTube murderer thinks he's too good for prison. Jeez, what are we looking into? We had a video about hope contraband. He did? What up, John? He did? Wes Watson did? They're gonna make his pocket bigger. Let's see. Just as the founding fathers intended. Electric thrust. What?
The moment Starship lifts off, every Raptor engine has to do more than produce thrust. It has to steer nearly 5,000 tons of rocket with incredible precision. For decades, rockets solved that challenge with hydraulics, a technology trusted by everything from the Saturn V to the Space Shuttle. So why did SpaceX replace one of the most proven systems in rocket history with electric motors? The answer lies in Starship's biggest goal, rapid reusability. Hydraulic thrust vector control is extremely powerful, but it comes at a cost. Every engine depends on high-pressure pumps, hydraulic fluid, valves, filters, reservoirs, and a maze of plumbing. On a booster carrying 33 Raptor engines, that means hundreds of components that can leak, wear out, or require inspection after every flight. That's acceptable for rockets designed to fly once, but not for one expected to launch again within days. SpaceX took a different approach. Instead of pressurized fluid, each gimbaling Raptor is driven by a powerful electric actuator using brushless motors and precision gearboxes. Fewer moving parts mean less maintenance, lower weight, and greater reliability. But the real advantage is intelligence.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Every actuator continuously reports its position, temperature, and electrical load back to the flight computer, allowing engineers to detect wear long before it becomes a problem. That's predictive maintenance built directly into the rocket. Electric actuators also respond almost instantly to steering commands, helping Starship maintain precise control while enduring extreme vibration, aerodynamic forces, and more than 7,500 tons of combined thrust during ascent. It's a small detail hidden beneath the engines, yet it reflects a massive shift in rocket design. SpaceX didn't simply replace hydraulics with electricity. They replaced a maintenance-heavy system with one designed for fast turnaround, smarter diagnostics, and hundreds of future flights. It may not be the most visible innovation on Starship, but it could become one of the most important reasons the world's largest rocket is also built to become the world's most reusable.
Damn.
The moment Starship lifts off,
That's pretty cool. Even though Georgie don't believe it. Georgie says it ain't happening. Georgie says it ain't happening. Dozens of celebrities panic after Trump 4th of July moment. The ultimate body. Hydraulic versus oversized spring, hydrazine. Uh-oh.
The situation went viral on the train. This is the censored version, absolutely crazy. Is this the thing about her shitting on the train? Let me see if I can find this. Yes, it is.
Context. As America celebrated its 250th birthday, white nationalists from the group known as Patriot Front marched down the streets of Washington, D.C. According to the Southern Poverty Law Center, Patriot Front is a hate group. They arrived in Washington by train, surrounding everyday Americans just trying to go about their holiday, including this woman who sits calmly as white nationalists surround her, and whose image will likely be in our history and textbooks one day.
Some images really strike a nerve and are instantly iconic. This feels like one of them.
They're saying instantly iconic, so people keep snapshots of it and share it. Like, look, here's the iconic image.
A black woman sitting on the D.C. metro surrounded by countless masked white nationalists.
How does she
on America's
know?
250th birthday.
How would she know that they're white nationalists? She probably thought they were ICE agents. How would she have any idea? Excuse me, ma'am. Oh, we're white nationalists. How would she know? She would have no idea. She would think, like I thought, that they were ICE agents.
Speaking of weirdos, members of the group Patriot Front ride the metro as commuter looks on during the 250th anniversary of U.S. independence. This is, I mean, America. There it is. A bunch of fucking...
So basically, the woman who was revealed, remember, like, they posted that photo? Like, it's like, oh my God, she's so scared. It's been revealed that the black woman that the Democrats put on the pedestal for bravely riding a train with Patriot Front members were engaging in indecent exposure on the train moments before the photo was taken and has a lengthy arrest record. She's pulling her pants down. Who does this, guys? Like, this is insane. Can you even make this shit up? It's just so disgusting and weird, man.
Too.
This one shows the original viral picture better.
Yeah,
this was the original photo.
So she probably thought she was getting arrested by ICE for her indecent exposure.
Wow. Democrats always picking winners. It's actually crazy. Like, imagine thinking this is your new Rosa Parks icon, and then video comes out that she's pulling.
People are so, this is so transparently obvious. It's so transparently obvious. They're all wearing the same mask. They're almost, they got like 2 different types of hat. They're all wearing the same shirt. And the hats have like removable freaking like Velcroed on things. Yes, absolutely. These are, and how they were like flexing their muscles for the camera and stuff to like try to show that like we're strong white nationalists. But they didn't freaking, yeah, all right, yeah. Pull up the picture where they caught the black guy in the same outfit as them. Hold on.
Her pants down and trying to shit on the train station 10 minutes before the picture was taken. It's so fucking embarrassing. How do you keep doing this to yourself?
Yeah.
Can't make this up? Well, anyway, I think that it's really going to show this is the safest subway car that she's ever been in her life. And she's sitting in her fucking seat like a good girl and not pulling her pants down and shitting on the floor.
Whose image will likely be in our history and textbooks one day.
What a bunch of morons, dude. Listen, after SPLC got busted farming hate and paying for the other big racist moment of the century in Charlottesville. And now they have another one, obviously, doing this same stuff. And they're going to get busted, too. They're just hoping to piss off a lot of people. So now you're going to have a lot of people saying, okay, now look at this picture. And then look at this picture of her pooping on the bus or the train. Yeah, what a bunch of wackadoos. I'm not for some white nationalists just all pointing out the side. No, I got you. Absolutely. I didn't watch it, brother. I didn't watch it, Armin. But yeah, right. No, because they're not white nationalists. They're full of shit. That it's so obvious that this was staged. Why would they get on the train? Whose photo was it? Who was there to take the picture? Why did they take the picture that way? Did they send hundreds of other pictures, or did they just post one picture? Because if it was somebody there with an actual decent camera, you figure they would have posted like 50 pictures of that day, but not just here's my one Pulitzer Prize of the train shitter. That's so freaking crazy. They're falling apart, dude. Listen, they're falling apart so fast. They're trying so bad. And they know it's crap. They know it's crap. They know it's all crap. All right, what did you say she did? Let's see if I can find it. Okay. Jeez, here, let me pull this down real quick. That's a shame, Ronaldo. Yeah. That's crazy. That's crazy. He's done. Is it the end of football? You know, I think that they're going to have a next superstar. They always do. When I was young, it was Pele. Pele was my generation's Ronaldo. They'll have another guy for the next 10 years. I promise. And because I think this made soccer, football even bigger in America, they did 6 times the amount of money as the Super Bowl. So if they did that, then it's going to be huge. What up, Kadra? Dun, 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 dun. I really do. Okay. Let's see if I can find. I'm trying to find the picture you're talking about. Cowboy, you're good with holes. Yeah. Yeah, I can't find it. I can't find it. Ah, jeez, dude. Dude, imagine what that train smelled like. The prince that never became a king. The picture I was talking about from a couple years ago, I think it was a U-Haul truck in it. All right, let's see what this guy's got to say. Hold on. Yeah, I'm sure it's somewhere.
On this bus. Let's talk about this picture Democrats are losing their minds over. There's a photo going around of this black woman who's riding the DC Metro along with members of Patriot Front. Now, what is Patriot Front? Well, if your brain's completely smooth, then you would know that the SPLC, you know, the Democrat group that was caught funding the KKK recently, yeah. So they call the Patriot Front some far-right fascist white supremacist group, right? So they were in DC, but this picture shows a black woman who is sitting there on this bus with them that is standing room only, and yet she is not being assaulted. She's just sitting there. She even has the entire row of seats to herself. So, you know, people who are sitting there saying, oh my gosh, this is going to show us how crazy of a time this was in Trump's America. This picture is actually proving the opposite of what you think it is. See, you would have people believe that, oh, if you're around a white supremacist person, then your life is in danger, right? When statistically speaking, your chances of being assaulted by a minority are much higher than by a white person, but I digress. But this picture here is just showing her, okay, so this Patriot Front group, if you believe that's what they really are, many people actually are smart enough to realize they are not. They are probably some sort of agents involved in some degree of subterfuge, but I digress. So they think that these people, are this terrible, hateful people who, if you look at them the wrong way, they'll go crazy and lose their minds on you. And yet, this picture shows exactly the opposite. I'm tired of having to sit here and tell people in 2026 that white supremacy is not the biggest threat to.
No, absolutely not. I have an ozone cell, and I'm clueless to how they fit in the glass tube so securely that it's not even moving 1 millimeter with heavy force applied. I'm fearing break it and impale my hand. Yeah, be careful, brother. Be careful. I'm surprised you have access to the glass. I hope you were thinking of me when you shot down on that burger. Imagine being 41 years old and having a young guy shatter your dream. Ronaldo has a rough life on the way back. He's got enough money, brother. But yeah, that stuff happens. I was thinking about taking a nap when I get home. USA 1-4 Belgium's, and yeah, there you go. Yeah, Logan. I was a little too hot, but I did a little sunburn. Oopsie. All right, let's see. Let's see. What did I miss here? Okay. Yeah, she should. All right, the new amazing kind of microscope machines. Oh, damn. Let's see that.
It's May 29th, 2020.
Jesus, did you go? What up, Mayo? I have a glass processing unit manufacturing test tube dropper, slate glass, watch my ESR tubes, and many other scientific glass tubes. But the ozone generator should be like very high voltage, like tens of thousands of volts, milliamps or microamps. But it should still be very high voltage. I'm surprised you have access. Like, are you pumping tens of thousands of volts through it to produce the ozone, or is it something different that I'm not aware of? So Mars life Torres is ruined. Ronaldo, you think so? Richard, let me send you on Discord real quick. I was with my family the 4th of July, Illinois. Yeah, send it over. Okay, well, that's weird. Yeah, usually there's like a plastic housing that holds the glass ozone generators. And then something, it depends if it's one that has like positive pressure pushing air or whatever through it. But okay. I have the cell. So gotcha. Gotcha. If I was in Illinois.
26th, and the U.S. Secretary of War just dropped a bombshell. $1.5 trillion military budget, including the F-47 with multiple drone wingmen. So the way that the F-47 works is this thing can go into a specific country, let's say potentially even Iran, and it can use multiple drone wingmen, a minimum of 2, but who knows, up to maybe 20 of these autonomous drones attached to the F-47 doing the bidding of the F-47. There's already been confirmed tests of prototypes of the F-47 flying. This F-47 with drone wingmen could basically decimate the IAD's integrated air defenses in a few minutes, in my opinion, because it's attached to so many drones that have the ability for electronic attack. The ability of all these things to work together, and for the F-47 to be the quarterback that's basically directing the drones to target the enemy from parts of the battle space that they'll probably never see coming, really puts the pressure on countries like China, Iran, and Russia. So at this point, I think China's pretty much understanding that the F-47's their daddy. It's May 29th.
Interesting. Invisible to Iran. Okay. How firecracker. 45-year-old DOS on new Intel CPU. Let's see. Drone motors can carry a car. Something about leftist designs. Wow, so pure. Those sophisticated flying predator machines, many of the U.S. never going to see and feel by hand. Yep, that's right. That's right. Many of us will never see it. Definitely never touch it. From where I was standing. Okay. Everything with white lines, right? Okay. All right. China at the moment is still leading flying machine manufacturing. Maybe not military level, but sure civilian level. Western nations hate drones generally. Yeah. No, I agree. Absolutely. Right. Well, that's America's fault. That's freaking our previous, previous 6 administrations for not, especially 1994, getting rid of all of America's manufacturing. So we barely have, we don't have the machining or the manufacturing capabilities to be able to bust them out. Hopefully this $19 trillion investment in American manufacturing will change that somewhat, but we'll see. And I know all this mind-gobbling dollar figures that go into making these machines. I wonder how much they really cost. Let's see. Oh, okay, let's look at hers real quick, and then we'll check it out. NASCAR. All right, let's see where we at. Boom, 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 boom. All right, I don't know what it is here. Boom, 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 boom. All right, so this is what now? This white area is where you were standing. I was busy with my crazy family. I sure would order and make parts of the USA as a hobbyist. Yeah, no, abso-freaking-lutely. Yeah, that would be like one of the first things I did. Absolutely would be as a hobbyist. It was the did you say the F-45? Let's do it back one more time. Let's go back one more time.
It's May 29th, 2026, and the U.S. Secretary of War just dropped a bombshell. $1.5 trillion military budget, including the F-47 with multiple...
F-47. Let's see what the price tag is. $300 million per aircraft. I drew where the edges usually are. All right, that's where the water usually... Oh, that's a tree blooming right out of there. $300 million. Oh, yeah, you got some flood water. Faux show. There's the tree just popping out of the middle where you drew. All right, let's see. Boom, boom. Trump attacked Iran. For the sake of the Iranian people, I am Iranian and I'm fully informed. We, the people of Iran, can destroy the oppressive Islamic Republic regime with America's help. Brother, listen, my friend, I hope that you guys get leadership that does good for the people of Iran, and I hope the least amount of people die as possible. I really hope the best for you, my friend. Okay, let's see. Where am I at? Boom, boom. Oops. Oops. That's the wrong button. That's why. There we go. All right, he misses your cuddles. Yeah, man. I hope at the end of all this, you guys end up with different leadership, and you guys have the blessings that you need, my friend. The world's most useless Air Force. How lightsabers work. Gas station computer. Gunpowder is made. All right, let's watch it. So we'll call it a night. My phone died. All right, welcome back, Trey.
Gunpowder, one of the most significant inventions in.
Oh no, this is freaking wackadoo. If anyone knows we're able to make the market machines of process, if you brought to the military, you're going to make huge amount of money. Yep, I agree. Absolutely. If you can get a military contract, especially an American military contract, you're rich and your company's going to do very, very, very well, unless you freaking do something stupid. I've been up early because I've been able to drive, go hike. It took a few hours. Can't get back like 2. All right, let's see. All right, let's say neodymium magnets, GPUs, inhalers, fails, finance. All right, we'll watch this and call it a night.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think that it is time that we seriously start to consider the possibility that no matter who you are, no matter how good of a person that you might present as, unless you are the super cool, often referred to as extremely handsome guy named August the Duck, you just have to be a massive, disgusting piece of shit at your core to be any form of content creator. Because at some point, like, the information that we get about these guys is just too much to ignore, and it's... Huh? You already knew that? Oh, okay. I mean, thanks for telling me, I guess. A couple of months ago, I made a video about a YouTuber named Stephen McCullough who was arrested and charged with murder after it was discovered that he was using a fake GTA live stream here on YouTube to cover up the fact that instead of live streaming, he was actually out murdering his pregnant girlfriends. And to this day, I think that that is probably the worst thing I have ever talked about a YouTuber doing on this channel ever. I've talked about a lot of fucked up shit, but a guy going out of his way to manufacture a fake live stream, a live stream that had pre-planned jokes that he planted at the time that he knew he would be murdering her, just to, I guess, like, mock her in some sick, twisted way as she's dying. I mean, that's just the sort of thing that after you hear about it, you're left thinking that it probably can't get much worse, no matter, like, what new information comes out, or, like, what the next development might be. At least, I mean, that's what I was thinking once I was wrapping up that video. Boy, oh boy, was I wrong. Recently, Stephen McCullough, a man who made the conscious decision to go out of his way to create an elaborate plot to murder his girlfriend and their unborn baby, decided that he thinks he's too good to face the consequences of making such a decision. Because recently he has appealed his sentence, with the basis of the appeal seemingly being a claim that prison is too dangerous of a place for him to be, with him apparently being labeled as the most hated man in prison. With
all right, let's see. Oops. What I missed? Same website that used to do War Dogs and it's changed the name. I also only have water ice in it. Rating up channel to share because everybody wanted cold water. It's just me and 2 others, but still alone. Chicago. Oh. Yeah, so this guy here, he's
sources
crazy.
claiming that he now has a target on his back. And it's just one of those situations where, honestly, I feel like no reasonable person...
He set up a fake live stream, a pre-recorded live stream, went... murked his girlfriend, came back home, and then, like, ended the live stream. And then so it was like, no, I didn't kill her. I was on stream. But then, like, apparently the live stream was recorded before Christmas. And so he messed up in the live stream saying, I think Christmas this year, I'm going to get this, this, and that. And it was like 2 days. I think it was Christmas Day that he did the crime. So he screwed himself out like that by screwing up. Chicago is so fun. Hug, hug, kiss. Low key. Dear Rother, how many bullets do you have for girls? Me, I've got 4. I've got 4.
Person can really have any sympathy for the guy whatsoever. Even as a person who's talked many times about how I don't really agree with the idea of vigilante justice, or like the idea of people going to prison to be punished by the other prisoners. That's a general statement, you know, sort of a blanket statement. When a guy goes out of his way to brutally murder his girlfriend while she's pregnant and then hangs around with the family for months acting like the grieving boyfriend, even going as far to blame other people for this happening. Yeah, I don't really care what happens to you. Now, before we get into everything that's happened since the last time I talked about this guy, I'm going to give you like a quick rundown just in case you didn't see that original video. If you want to watch it, I'll link it in the top right corner, but just so you sort of have some context for what's happening, because it's a lot. And not that like any murder is good, obviously, but this one in particular, I feel like the details are really important just to kind of like fully understand why this appeal is so batshit insane and why I don't feel like anybody would be able to take it seriously whatsoever. So basically, back in December of 2022, Stephen McCullough was a small but still like decently sized YouTuber. I think when the murder actually took place, he had 37,000 subscribers, which is obviously not like Mr. Beast level, but it's definitely enough for him to be considered like a YouTuber, and more importantly for the fact that he was live streaming to not be something that would be considered out of the ordinary. Like it was something that he did, which is why it seems like either on December 14th or 15th, I'm seeing both dates as a possibility, he recorded a 6-hour-long video of him playing GTA Vice City, pretending that it was a live stream. He then used this video and the playback to pretend it was a live stream on YouTube on December 18th, and while this live stream was playing, he traveled to his girlfriend Natalie McNally's house and brutally murdered her. He stabbed her multiple times and left her face down in a dog bowl before returning to his house to stop the live stream and spend the next 24 hours or so texting his deceased girlfriend.
My sister discovered rancher culture in Idaho, Lamau. She said I'd like to flip her off their trucks would be nice way. Actually, but ever since it was recorded media, people thought of using it for falsifying alibis. Yep, I agree. They realized not one of the decisions in the parks collecting it. A woman killed by her husband and buried him in the bathroom and kept unwrapped over 45 days. I lived there 45 years still. Even falsifying accusations sometimes working. Yep.
Pretending that he's concerned that she is not responding. Then about a full 24 hours later at 10 o'clock the next day, he goes back to her house before calling 999, the emergency service number, putting on a show screaming and crying about how she's dead, even going as far to tell the dispatcher to get people out as soon as they can because she's pregnant. He then spends the rest of the night being questioned by the police, trying to blame the murder on one of her ex-boyfriends, before being released that next morning and then spending the following months trying to play the role of the grieving boyfriend. He attends the wake, he visits the family multiple times, he goes to the family's house at one point, leaving his phone behind recording, trying to listen in on their conversations to see if they're suspicious of him, helping organize a rally in her memory, before being arrested again at the end of January, once the police had determined that the live stream was pre-recorded, which he clearly had no plans of that being discovered whatsoever.
Did y'all see the kid that 17 kids inside of a neglected Ohio? Yeah, we watched it on stream yesterday. And dude, that's so crazy. Between 18 years old and 18 months old, those kids. Earthquake will happen major places. I'll tell you honest, past Japan, Indonesia. I'm checking now. All right, brother. The trust torch. Yeah. The trust torch is dwindling.
However, didn't even have like a backup alibi or anything, because once the police confronted him with this, he said that is literally impossible because you can see it on YouTube. He then claimed that the true killer of Natalie left a clear circumstantial trail to link me to the murder, and the day after he was officially charged with the murder of Natalie McNally, and on February 23rd of 2026, his trial began before he was found guilty on March 23rd. Now that's pretty much everything that was covered in that first video. obviously there were a whole lot more details, but that's like the context that you need. Pretty much everything we're going to be talking about moving forward is new, starting with what he was actually sentenced with, because that was a big thing that I was curious about when I made that first video, because when I made it, he had been charged and found guilty already, but the way that they do life sentences where he was charged was kind of weird. They do like a life sentence, but you don't really get life in prison. You get like a minimum amount of years before you're eligible for parole, and we didn't know what that number was going to be when I was making that video. If I remember correctly, I believe we established that the minimum he could get was 20 years, and what he actually ended up being sentenced with was 31 years in prison. At least that's the amount of years he has to serve before he is eligible for parole. I got a lot of mixed information on how like guaranteed parole is after those 31 years, but obviously the big thing is the appeal here, because Steven does not seem to think that he's going to make it those 30.
That's right, the core. That's right. Social media has made it very easy for women to find men. Check Google earthquake last hour. 1 minute, brother. Android saved a bunch of people, warned them of an earthquake in Venezuela. Yep, I saw that. It popped up on like their screens and their devices and said incoming earthquake or whatever, find shelter, and then like less than a minute later, yeah, it was crazy. I saw people that were like recording at the time. I forgot what number it is. I think CIA is talking about how many active serial killers at the time. At least one.
31 years to even have the chance. I know it might be hard to believe, but apparently the other inmates at Montgomery prison have not really taken a liking to Steven, and it has caused him to apparently be put on a hit list. A source said that that's the one thing the prisoners don't like, harming innocent children. Some of the worst attacks here have been on child killers and child abusers, and you have to understand the human side means staff aren't going to put their own safety at risk to intervene for the likes of them. Because McCullough murdered a pregnant woman, he falls into that category. He's apparently being housed at the hospital wing of the prison for his protection because it's separated from the other inmates, and all of this seems to be causing what sources are labeling a security nightmare, and that seems to be the reported reason as to why this appeal is happening. But I feel like it's important to separate what's being reported and what might actually be happening, because at least in America, at least from my understanding, and obviously things might be different in Ireland where this is taking place, but I feel like this is probably a pretty standard thing across the board. I don't really think that you can like appeal your sentence because you're in danger in prison. You generally appeal your sentence because you think that like the judge got.
All right, let's see this real quick. Earthquakes past hour. There was 93 earthquakes in the past 24 hours. Yeah. Last hour, there was one in Puerto Williams, Chile was the last one 1 hour ago. Puerto Williams, Chile.
Something wrong, or based off what was discovered or like what you were charged with, your sentence was too severe. Because you wouldn't really be appealing your sentence if the main concern was that like you might be on a hit list. You'd be appealing where you're located. Now I say that, but pretty much every source that I've seen has labeled like his safety the reason that he's appealing this sentence, and I'm sure a journalist had to be in the courtroom to hear about all this, so they're just reporting what they heard. So I really wouldn't be all that surprised if he is truly trying to appeal his sentence on no other grounds than he.
Do not give her any money. No.
Just feels unsafe, but I also wouldn't necessarily be surprised if he was appealing his sentence for a completely different reason, and all the other stuff involving his safety is just being included in these articles and being talked about on the news because it's compelling. It's a lot more.
That whole trust thing, that's called deception. That's called evil. She's trying to be like, and then she won't give anything back to you. Absolutely. Do not do that. Do not. I would block her. Yeah, I don't deal with none of that stuff, dude. I'm very quick to block girls that are like that just obviously deceptive. Absolutely no. Men do. If anybody is obviously lying or deceptive to me, boom, gone.
Interesting to hear about rather than just the fact that a guy is appealing a sentence. You know what I mean? Either way, I genuinely hope that his appeal is immediately denied. I hope that it is denied as swiftly as anything that's going through a courtroom can be. I genuinely can't even begin to imagine what this family might be going through, and to pretty much like immediately have to start all over again, get back in a courtroom, what, like 3 months after you thought it was finally over and you could maybe start to try and heal from this? I mean, that has to be just absolutely crushing, and they don't deserve to have to go through this bullshit because of what? This guy potentially not wanting to deal with the consequences of a choice he decided to make? Like, look, don't get me wrong, I am usually very sympathetic to the fact that in most cases, at most prisons, you are not being sent there to be rehabilitated. You are being sent there to basically have to survive. And I'd say for the vast majority of crimes, that is obviously a severe failing of a lot of justice systems across the world. Like, I feel like most people would probably agree that if you get busted for, like, selling some weed, you should probably not have to join a fucking prison gang to avoid getting stabbed. But if you kill somebody, if you take an innocent person's life because
and he's teaching you a lesson by losing your money.
Apparently you snooped through their phone and found some text implying.
Guess what that funny thing is? 90% of all appeals get denied. That's why they comfort paperwork. This is the last thing you can do is fill out paperwork. Comfort paperwork.
That they might have been thinking about ending the relationship with you. You have proven yourself to not really care about the value of life, and you've just got to live with your fucking consequences when you make enemies with people because of that. It's just one of those things. You reap what you sow. You made the bed, you got to lie in it. If you decide that your feelings are more valuable than another person's life, boy oh boy, I really don't want to fucking hear you complaining when somebody makes the same decision about you. That might sound kind of harsh, but you know what? So is murdering somebody. Well, guys, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, dude, that's freaking absolutely wackadoo. That's freaking so crazy. You don't just go around, like what happened to breaking up with somebody? You know, like, jeez, the deception and stuff in there too is absolutely evil. All right, let's see. All right, let's go ahead and call it a night, ladies and gentlemen. It's 11:30. I'm gonna call it a night. Love y'all. I'll see you guys back tomorrow. Have a good night, and I guess I'll see you tomorrow. I'll see you tomorrow. Take it easy, guys. Oh, hold on. Comfort paperwork feels very accurate. It works for the same wrongful decisions, unfortunately. Yep. Freaking space. All right, love y'all. See you guys later. Tomorrow. Take it easy, Trey.